Hobbs is first for sure. Pretty amazing. New names. New names first. I mean, not a new name. A new name as first. A new name as first. You know, I probably shouldn't have gone on live right now. I felt good. Now I'm feeling heady again. Do you think I have a psychotic reaction to being live? Maybe I do. I'll just try to breathe more deeply. I went to see that movie last night. A Complete Unknown. And it's just in my head all day. I mean, it's not like I grew up with Bob Dylan. In fact, he was never one of necessarily my favorites. But man, that's a good movie, I thought. It's a good movie. Dan M. This looks like a nice comment from Dan M. My eyesight. Darn it. I was so excited with my cataract operation, and it turned out I still, not only do I need glasses, it's worse, but at least I'm not blind, as I say. Hey, William, thanks for keeping me company during the workday. Appreciate that you're here. Never let the haters get you down. My dad used to say, illegitimus ne carborundum. I was like, what the hell does that mean? And I don't think he said it correctly, but don't let the bastards grind you down. Oh my God, GFUX is falling. Market is falling. You told me to buy at 8. You know, just because you lie and just because you say it doesn't mean that's what I said. So I will make the blanket statement to refer to at your leisure that just because I don't refute something you accuse me of doesn't mean that what you accuse me of is true. Let's look at G-Bucks, which I bought at 8. It's at 460. So this guy here is here to gloat because he and his friends have shorted G-Bucks into our buying. And he's feeling good because he's probably sold, if I had to guess, he and his friends have sold 5,000, 10,000 shares that they don't own. And they're up 2-3 points. So he's this guy is maybe looking at a $15,000 profit if he can close it out, and he'll chop that up with his buddies. So he's just here to gloat. I would say, for me, if I didn't know anything about the story, the fact that G-Bucks went from $1 to $10 and now is under 5. Now is under 5 would make me, does make me be a little more alert. But I don't know what the volume is. I don't know what the spread is. I mean, you know, the bid to ask. I don't know any of that while I'm looking at this price. So you then have to go back to, well, what's the basis for trying to play that stock? And I'll leave it for Ham. I'm sure Ham, he's on the road locally, not out of town. But when he calls in, when he's free, I'll leave it to him to describe it. But even though it's down further, I would stand by what I said the other day. If you own it, G-Bucks, and you're holding it, I think you might as well buy more. If you don't own it and it intrigued you last time, this is a better entry price. But any stock can go down from where it's trading. Nothing goes straight up. Trading is inherently chancy and risky. So, but I would think that, because I do not believe the story's changed in G-Bucks. As one gentleman I listened to talked about the shorts in gold, I would just say that the tracked shorts in G-Bucks are a little less uncomfortable right now than when the stock was 8, but they're still uncomfortable. And then the one is on my mind is NIXX. It's 180. And I think it had 12 million shares traded last night, and then 60 million today. Last time, Sandoval. Last time, I had a cup of water. Does anybody have something other than a tin cup? Something like that. That was live from Folsom Prison. Anyway, NIXX was at 60 million, I don't know, 2 hours ago. So why did they stop? My question on NIXX is, if that's it, or is there more to come? And I just don't have the answer. I just do not have the answer. It's a similar situation, though. At $1.80, I think that's a reasonable entry point, or a reasonable price to add to a position. Question is it an investment, or is it a attempt to catch a squeeze? I'd say right now you get both. You get both the chance. When I say squeeze, I'm talking about having the stock go to 5 or 10 or 15. But man, it also looks like they brought out the big guns and it didn't go. So bottom line on NIXX, I still think it's going to have another effort here. I think it's a bet on AI, and that AI is going to increase revenues massively with this new company, but we'll see. The gloaters, the short sellers, they don't care what stock. They don't have to find a stock. All they have to do is let their screens see what stocks are up, and then they go short. They join the boards, and they start ridiculing and making fun, and yeah. I don't think it's easy to call a stock that's going to go up. So, and then Railtown, I think that's the one I would add to. $0.28. Yeah. If I had new money, I'd probably go there. I think NIXX I, I have no insight on any of these stocks that you probably can't get on Twitter, but I think NIXX 50/50, they tried it this morning and it didn't work. The way I read it, though, it's 60 million in volume. In November, they did 52 million in volume and stopped. Is that what they're doing again? 60 million and they're going to stop and we're going to have to wait 2 or 3 months? Maybe, might be. But I come down on NIXX for today, maybe tomorrow, maybe early next week. Flip of the coin, 50/50, that they're not finished with trying to make this go up. But we'll see. In terms of Railtown, I just think that's a highly pounceable price at 28 cents. And I'm not going to go through the story again, but I think in 2 to 3 weeks or sooner, that's going to be a price that is long gone. And then NextTrip is another one that people ask me about because I brought it up a while ago. I think NextTrip, I don't see it. I would stay away from NextTrip. If you're in NextTrip, I'm not telling you to lose hope. There's a lot of positive story there. I like the principles and I like the concept, but the Achilles heel to me of NextTrip is their banker is Benchmark. And the other thing is they need to raise money. And so Benchmark's modus operandi is to lead CEOs to slaughterhouses like Lind Partners. And then Lind Partners calls their backers, their hedge funds, and the backer says, all right, we'll do it. And then the backer starts selling stock that doesn't exist. And the Lind Partners front puts together a convertible note or at the money offering or an offering with warrants, anything, but it's all done with shady ass attorneys. And then Benchmark, the great professionals, they have the conferences, they have research, we have the website. Benchmark continues to advise, and they're going to do a research report. And then the company, NextTrip in this case, needs the money. Well, you've got a good plan. Yeah, you wanted to raise the money at $15, but your stock's at $4.75, and you can go your way and do it, or we can arrange to raise all the money you need right now at, I don't know, make it up, $4 instead of $4.75. Well, the group in many examples, Lind Partners, and then their clients have been shorting the stock down. So there is a pool of money just sitting there versus undelivered stock. It's just sitting there. Money's fungible. So with the aid of the shady attorneys who we lied the rules, the securities laws, but remember, the banksters own the regulators. So it's a lot like, I don't know. I don't know what's a good example. Certain sexual laws in various states on the books, maybe intermarriage, racial intermarriage laws on the books of some states. They don't get enforced anymore, but the law is still there. No one enforces it. So these laws are on the book. No one enforces them, these securities laws. No one worries about it. And by the way, I don't think intermarriage laws should be on the book. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to think of an example where uh, people in general just ignore the rules. And that's what happens here in securities laws, because it behooves Ann Wagner to read a statement that she's been given by financial lobbyists rather than do her own thinking. It behooves Lady Friedman to just focus on the makeup of boards rather than on settlement, because she collects $2.5 million a month, and she can proudly boast that she's the first female CEO of NASDAQ. I mean, these are important achievements, but they're very expensive achievements. To have a complete floozy as CEO of NASDAQ, it checks a box as a society's experiment in feminism, but the cost in the case of Adina Friedman running NASDAQ is hundreds and thousands of companies going out of existence as she ignores settlement. She ignores the case of smallpox, or the case of polio, or the wildfire going through her stable of companies. Why? Because she's an idiot. And she gets paid $2.5 million to be proud, as if she had anything to do with being born a woman. What does it matter to be proud? Hey, I'm a woman. I'm in front of No, you're a person. You can be proud that you're the CEO of the NASDAQ, but I would submit you should be proud when you do a good job. Not just because you have a vagina, you check a box so people put you in there, and you're as corrupt as a $3 bill. Anyway. In the case of NextTrip, I think there's a pool of money lurking out there where Benchmark's client, and I think it's this group right now that's skipping my brain that they've already used, their clients, it's a front, Wasserstein or something. Those clients are ready to deliver the money. And I think the CEO will have, he's going to have to make a choice. Do I take the money at $3.50 and put out a bunch of warrants, or do I continue fighting and try to get the stock price up on road shows and conference calls, and then try to raise the money at $15? I think the system, Adina Friedman's world, that she encourages, loves, and accepts, where hedge funds, fronts, lying lawyers, pools of money, and short sellers, both domestic and offshore, abuse securities laws without delivery, without asking for delivery, overwhelming the very basic laws of supply and demand, creating a marketplace which does not have price discovery, as she waddles around with her goofy smile, encouraging women to join the boards. Anyway, I'd stay away from NextTrip for the time being, but I like the story, so I'm sorry to give you a mixed message on that one. NIXX, I think, is worth, it's so cheap today compared to where it was. I don't think the chance of a squeeze in NIXX is over with, but I would have to say the odds of it are probably 50-50 or less now. And it could just as easily be that they've decided to put it all on hold, wait till March for they have a news announcement and see how the revenues go. So you might, if you buy NIXX, you might be in it a while. So if you're doing it for a trade, it's a good price for a trade. If it works today, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, great. If it doesn't, maybe hop on board, hop out. And if you have a small loss, that's the cost of doing business. The next one is Finger. I think the time frame on Finger, stock's 126. I think the time frame on Finger is about 3 weeks. I think you have the next 1, 2, 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks. I don't know, but I'd go with the shortest time frame, just because if there's good news, if there's whisper of numbers, if there's excitement, before we see any news, the stock will start going up. So I think Finger, if you own it, I think you're in a good position. If you've been thinking about buying it, I think you have at least a couple of weeks to do so. And then what else? I told you Railtown. I think Railtown's kind of a 2-week situation too, but I don't know the laws in Canada that well, but the shareholder time frame is 4 weeks, not 10 days notification, as we have here. But we're talking about a vote, and to get to a majority, it seems like they could do that before that 4 weeks is up. So I think Railtown it has the potential anyway, for the news they already announced about that MOU, waiting on shareholders' approval. I think if you wait the full 4 weeks, which is 2 more weeks from now, you run the risk of shareholders approving it before 4 weeks, and maybe that leaks out. So I think Railtown is quite immediate. I won't talk about silver. I think silver is immediate. And then I don't know, there's some other stocks I'm sure I'm forgetting to talk about. GME. GME was supposed to go to 30 this week. Let's see where it is. GME. It's $25. So if GME is if it's supposed to get to 30 this week, that's a pretty good trade. You could buy it at $25. Tomorrow's this week, and you'll have $5 in a day. I don't know what was important about this week, but I don't know what to advise on that. I'm not going to read all the hellos. At least not maybe until Ham comes on. Keep well. Bob Dylan is pretty good. Well, he sang some songs Johnny Cash liked, and I'm used to be anyway, a big fan of Johnny Cash. Step lightly from the ledge, babe. Step lightly on the ground. You say you're looking for someone who's never weak but always strong. Someone to die for you and more. It ain't me, babe. No, 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 it ain't me, babe. It ain't me you're looking for, babe. That one, they sang that, and that one Johnny Cash sang. I've always liked that. There's another one that he sings of Bob Dylan's. I can't remember it now. So let's see what Radin says. Is the United States a net importer of gold? Well, if you want to use a short-term time frame, yes. But Giuseppe, I think as we, all of us here on this rather modestly followed channel, start to learn what we should be doing for our financial betterment, we have to recognize that the banks that we call American banks are just international institutions, and they're not American at all. I think gold I think specific to right now, there's two things, maybe three things that could be going on. On a longer term, like weeks, months, years basis, I think gold is moving from the Western financial systems to Asia, basically. And that's been going on quite a while. And in that time, in that framework, the Treasury, look, the other thing you have to accept, I know it's hard to accept, but the banks and the big hedge funds, the Moynahans, the Finks, the Blacks, the Picks, I think the one guy is, the Blankenfeld, Solomon is Goldman Sachs, the Solomons, the Diamonds, those men are running international banks, not American banks. They have zero loyalty other than being citizens in the United States, but their banking institutions, zero loyalty to the United States. They are aligned with the United States for the strong benefits and freedoms America gives and the military, but it's also because they own, those banks own the Fed. They own the DTC, and they own Congress. They own the Democratic Party, and probably own the Republican Party too. They own the presidency, and they definitely own the Treasury. So anyway, what's in the best interest of those banks? An ever-expanding spending in trillions and trillions of dollars. They get a piece of all that. The money goes through their banks, and they do their banking business, and the international flows of money are in, or currency anyway, are in dollars. So the dollar is the enemy of gold, and gold is the enemy of the dollar, because they can't manipulate other than with paper trading and propaganda. They can't print gold. They can't print gold. They tried to. So they talk down gold, or they even ignore gold, so that people will just have faith in the dollar. They'll have faith in their statement from Bank of America. Well, China knows this is not right. Probably Russia does too, India. And gold has been moving, physical gold has been moving to the east from the west. So that's where it gets exported. But meanwhile, in the Western financial system, these bullion banks, and they're often the same banks that have the right to bid on treasuries, these bullion banks lease out their gold. They lend it out for a small fee. That comes to the bottom line. And it also has the advantage of increasing the supply of gold and suppressing the price of gold, which is in their interest because their assets are all dollars. One of the things that might be happening right now, according to Alistair McLeod, the bullion banks, there's 25 or 26 traders. It's a lot like these stocks that we're in. And I'm sure they're all men. 25 or 26 traders who are short gold. Now, I think he was making a mistake in the interview I listened to, but he said 80 trillion. I don't think they're short 80 trillion gold. I think they're short 80 billion, but I will just make a notation to you that he said 80 trillion. I just don't think he meant to say that. But anyway, so I'm going to go with 80 billion because that makes more sense to me. So they're short 80 billion in gold, and the bank treasurers come up to them because gold's been going up, particularly since Trump got elected. And they say, hey, what are we getting out of this trade? He again said this. He said that the bank treasurer will come to the trading desk for these shorts and say that we've allocated 3 trillion. I don't think he meant trillion. I just think he was talking in his brain. I think he meant 3 billion, which is a lot of money. So I'm going to say billion, but maybe he did mean trillion. But so that bank treasurer is going to go to the desk and say, we gave you $3 billion to leverage, and now you're short $80 billion of gold. It's going against us. We need to close out this position. So those traders it's just like the stocks that we get in. Their option is just to keep selling and try to get pressure on the gold, and that's what they do. The other thing that Alistair points out is if that's happening, that pressure is happening because of the short positions that these 26 men have done and have open. If you're COMEX and you're trading futures, you're going to increase the price because you really don't want to be short any more gold. You're already getting pressure. So anyway, that's a very long and probably confusing way of explaining that the COMEX had a higher price of gold over the last months than the LBMA, the London exchange. So there was arbitrage, and what happens is the arbitrage happens in the form of paper, but then the gold is delivered against the futures that they call it standing for delivery. Instead of rolling your contract or selling it, you just say, hey, I want my gold. And so they would play the arbitrage by standing for delivery getting the premium out of the futures market in the United States, standing for delivery and having the physical gold come to New York. By the way, somebody asked me yesterday, I think they were trying to see if I know what I'm talking about. I will admit I don't know what I'm talking about. But he asked me, where do we keep most of our gold? What state do we keep most of our gold? And I was tempted to answer the question, we keep the gold in bars. That's the state we keep our gold in. But I think he was trying to get me, trying to see if I'm an idiot, which I freely admit I am. But I believe the main places U.S., the Federal Reserve U.S. gold is held is Fort Knox, New York, and Denver. I think there might be one more state, but I can't remember. I can't remember if it's California or maybe Chicago. But anyway, I'd say the majority of the U.S. gold is held in those three states, Denver, Kentucky, and New York. Giuseppe, I think the reason that gold has been coming into the United States is the arbitrage is an enormous arbitrage, and it makes it worth all that difficulty of moving the gold. I think it is, and this is I get from Alistair, of course, it is the stand for deliveries. He has been counting the tons of gold stood for delivery, new use of the English language, for the last 4 years is 2,000 tons, which is a big number, he says, because most of the gold stays where it is. This standing for delivery, the rate at which it is occurring this year, if it continues, 2025, 2,000 tons of gold could be delivered this year alone. And he has a couple of takeaways from that. One is something's going on, and we have to be aware of it. But two is, in the past, as the gold moves around a little bit, they're standing for delivery, it comes out of the LBMA, but eventually gets back there. So there's liquidity to play with, and they play with it. I don't know if I wrote it down, but I think he gave me a number. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think I wrote it down. But it's huge. The leverage they put out there in the paper market versus the physical gold. But this time he believes that the gold is going to, like I just said, going out of the United States, out of the Western system. So after all the machinations and the moving around, we might find out there just isn't that much gold left in the Western financial system. There'll be some, but it's leaving it. Let me just see if there was anything else. Yeah, he told the story. I've heard the story before. There was a silver dealer who worked for Sprott Asset Management. I forget his name. I've heard the story, I think, from the guy years ago. But years ago, the guy no longer works there. asked for delivery of silver, and it was supposed to take 5 days. Back then, settlement was 5 days. It ended up taking 9 months. And he sees that's what's going on right now again. His question is, what is default? The LBMA is in default. So he says there's a great pressure to deliver gold coming out of COMEX. And he thinks gold is set up for another bear squeeze. So anyway, the other thing with SEPI that might be going on, there's a theory out there that Donald Trump wants to bust the Bank of England, and maybe that's true. But there's another theory that you can't dismiss. I was listening to Felix, now I'm forgetting his last name. But anyway, we might be going to war. The world might be going to war, not a full-out World War. Oh, hang on. Hello? Hello?
Are you live, William?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I may have someone calling in who's got ties to Hong Kong and give us an update on what he's hearing in finger motion. So I'll let you. Well, I told him to call in and see if he does. You ready to go? Am I live? Or ready to go?
How long is he going to be in Shanghai?
I don't know. So
yeah, you can go. I was in the middle of saying something, but I think everyone was bored with me anyway. So go ahead.
Okay, so everybody, root. I'm going to go over it again. 26, 27 to below $1. My friend bought the IPO, got his ass fucking, I'll say it like a good friend Robert says, his ass was cleaned. I don't know where that came from, but he got killed in it. They reversed it 25 to 1. It went back to 25. It went from 25 down to 6. The company came out with a good statement. It went from 6 to 130. It went to 130 and it went to 130 and then it crashed. Okay. Excuse me, I got too many things in my head. It went to 130 and then crashed to 63. I talked about it every day. It spiked to 140 last week. It went back down. I spoke about it yesterday, 96, 97, whatever it was yesterday. Today it's up 30 again on 2 million shares. So now you have the company's fundamentals have turned, okay? Instead of giving the company a chance to go public and build a company out, they slaughtered it, all right? Same thing they did to finger motion. The company's growing, they slaughtered it. Once the company comes out with the news and they go in profitability, it's going to do exactly like Root on fundamentals. The short squeeze is just added gasoline on top of the fire. And that's what you're seeing in Root. Okay? It's up 30. I reported it to you every day. I've been watching this stock for a long time. Only because my friend was in it and he's a billionaire and he asked me to watch it. All right? So that is going to get super hot. And we expect the end of the year is what is today, William?
February 27th.
So the end of the year is what? The 28th?
February
tomorrow?
28th.
So that's tomorrow's the end of the year. Okay, I spoke to an auditor. He thinks that the company is waiting for the end of the year and do the audit of this last year. So that would be the 2 years needed to do the audit for the dividend. So we expect that to come out right after that. We expect the earnings and whatever, hopefully profitability, which will turn this thing and make it run like a bastard. The company's got the money, and whoever's selling it down is a buffoon, and it's going to turn. It's just a matter of when. As far as Elon Musk and the Doge thing, if they're throwing everybody under the bus, from the IRS, throwing out SEC officials, you know they're coming after Jeff Easton and all the low-hanging fruit on the naked short selling front. There's not even a question. Those people are all going to get arrested. Ken Griffin and whatever else, whoever the big players are, they're going to get a smack on the hands and get shut down. That's going to be a different game. But all the small guys, from Andrew Left to Hindenburg, all these thieves and scoundrels, all these market makers, they're going down. The low-hanging fruit is the first to go. All right? They're going to go after Jeff Easton, Hal Mintz, all these type of guys, the Kramers. They're the first to go to jail. Once they go away, then the big guys will all stop, and it's going to end. All right? So look for the Doge people to come after these guys. They're throwing everybody under the bus. Everyone's going down. All right? So just deal with it. I know it's tough to sit here and watch every day. We all do the same shit. I'm with you on this stuff. All right? I just want to talk to you about GBUX for 1 second, William. So they reported a real short of 34,000 shares. It was reported yesterday in the short data. And what's his name? Filed it for me. RR1. I think it's Richard. I forget who that gentleman is. I forget his name.
RR1 might be Unusual Whale or
he's one of our guys. He posts all the time. I forgot his name. Anyway, a couple of people that I know are going to reach out to their algorithm friends and unleash them on GBUX. So I can't promise you it, but I know that they're talking about doing it. And how an algorithm works, I think I described it to you yesterday. You put $1 million into an account and you unleash the algorithm and it torches the shorts. All right. So I think that's coming our way. Fuck these guys, these scumbags from ASCM and Maxim and all these pricks. We got some heavy duty people coming here and they're going to unleash an algorithm. And unlike these other names, stocks like this, when there's nothing here, these things really rip. So let's hope that they come. I think they are. Let's see what happens. Don't hold my feet to the fire on it. I am not an algorithm guy. I just know how it works. And there's people that are around that are going to do it. That's not up to me. All right. So we're reaching out to everyone. I want to let you know that I am trying desperately. And I found a broker-dealer, William, that will be self-clearing within 2 months. And we're trying to find a home for it in a public company and become our own broker-dealer like Robinhood. Instead of Robinhood, make everyone open an account at this firm. Will have a trading platform, do the same thing. But when you're self-clearing, any stocks that you buy, we will force settlement. So if you don't trust the government, like we don't trust the government and the SEC, you do self-clearing. Everyone on the street's going to hate you, but we don't really care. We want to have a firm that does buy, sell, eliminate the short selling, and we will find something like that and get a broker-dealer. They'll be happy to get the accounts and we'll work with them. So we're working on that also. All right, it's not easy trying to fight Goldman Sachs and all these people, but there's different ways to do it. I know a lot of Wall Street people. I know guys in clearing. Everyone wants to help out and break these guys and make money from doing it. So we're doing a lot of things as I'm trying to do as best I can. I'm going to try to reach out for this guy for 1 second. William, can you hold on? Let's see how I do this. Let me see if I can get this guy. Hold on a second.
I'll hold on.
Oh, hold on a second. Yes.
Eyes have seen the glory.
Let's see if he's calling in. And I'm going to get back to the G-Buck story in a second on the reported short of 34,000 shares. The reported short of 34,000 shares, they knocked it down today, William, and they washed 34,000 shares. They were spoofing, washing, and they crossed it. After they crossed it, there was nothing else here. So someone shorted it, borrowed the shares, they pushed it down, and they covered the real short. He's gone. The naked short now is short 34,000 more shares. Let me see if I get this guy. Hold on a second.
I'll hold on. Oh no, Mr. Wales. We have something called justice in this country. Well, we have something.
All right, this is a shareholder of both GTII, Finger. He's been around a while, and he has some great contacts overseas. And I'll call him Mr. X. He doesn't want to give his name. But can you give us a feeling of what you're hearing out of Asia?
My contacts in Hong Kong are saying Alibaba taking a 15% stake in Finger.
Now, we can't confirm it. I'm not going to hear it. We're getting it from people overseas, but this is what they're saying. And I believe that, and you can hang up, Mr. X. You can hang up.
This is a rumor, but I'm telling you, there's some big shareholders overseas that are telling me that this is happening.
You can hang up. Let me talk to these people.
Thank you.
Everyone there?
Everybody comes on and you cut them off after.
I don't want these people, listen, I don't want anybody getting in trouble. This is how it goes. Listen, people know things. People hear things, all right? Yeah. We are not in Asia. So, I was in Brooklyn yesterday to see my brother, and I passed the Chinese restaurant. I said, maybe these guys are spreading the rumor, right? But people hear things, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if you go back in time, William, Finger Motion, the CEO, has said it many times that they do business with Alibaba and the T-Mall. It's something called the T-Mall, I think of what it's called. I can't remember exactly what they do with it, but they've been mentioned with Alibaba many times. Going back even further, William, we'll call this before William, Alibaba and Tencent were cheating the Chinese government with the top-up minutes. They were they were letting billionaires buy let's say, $10 million worth of top-up minutes for 99 cents. Then they would set up camp in Singapore and selling those same minutes for 99 cents to the Chinese consumer. The money was going out of China into Singapore. That's how they were getting the money out of China. And the crime was that Alibaba and Tencent allowed big investors to get the same pricing that they were getting from the government. So the Finger Motion was created out of that movement. Since Finger Motion has been a good boy, the Chinese government has rewarded them with many opportunities, in which case you could see it yourself. You don't need me to tell you all the different stories, all the different ventures, down to the emergency response thing. So if you're a good boy in China, you get rewarded. And that's what's going on here. The only way Alibaba and Tencent could get back into this game and get, Finger Motion is actually stealing all their business right now. The only way to get back into it would be to buy back into Finger Motion and be part of that going forward. So it makes sense to me. Again, this is something that's been going on a long time, not a week. This has been going on a long time. And people in Hong Kong, and, obviously it's tied to China, these guys can do whatever they have to do. And you know what? There's more people know the information. We don't know it, but we love to hear it. And that's why, I put up a story yesterday, William, about from Reuters. Reuters put out that Starbucks is getting interest of KKR and others to take a stake in Starbucks in China. And it's according to sources say. So I don't know who the sources are, but this is how they report it. I call it a rumor. They call it a source. So you take it with a grain of salt, do your own homework, read up on it. I'm not telling you to buy a stock. I'm telling you what I see or we hear. We always ask people, shareholders. I put the gentleman on yesterday who's got the ties to Trump's advisor. He told you that they're going to wipe out the short sellers. Okay. I don't know the guy. I know the gentleman, but I don't know Trump's advisor. And I trust him because this is a major guy to begin with. And he owns all our stocks. All right. So these people are not touts. They're hearing things and they report back. I always am open to hear anything anyone has to say. I listen for MMTLP. When I hear something, I tell you. If I hear something in ZJYL, I'll tell you I haven't. I had people in GDC. I told them, if you're breaking even, get the hell out. All right, because I'm not hearing anything on it. And I had two people that have been selling it and breaking even on it. So this is the way I operate. If ZJYL, they've been shorting it heavily. And I expect that to turn up one day. When I see it, I'll tell you. MLSS, I told you I sold it. I told people that my friend said you should be buying it back. I don't have the capital. But until I hear something, I won't say it. If I do hear it, I tell you. If you don't like to hear what I have to say, hang up the fucking phone. I don't care. This is not me giving you financial advice. This is me telling you what you hear on the street. The Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, Reuters, they all report stories, and I'm doing the same thing that I'm hearing. Why should we be in the dark about this? Okay, so we got all that done. Let me go back to GBUX again. Someone shorted 34,000 shares. They borrowed the shares. We went from no short to whatever the short is, the naked, and we had 34,000 shares that were borrowed, real borrowed shares. They paid for it. In 2 days, they knocked the stock down, and today they crossed it all. So the guy who was short the 34,000, he was a buyer. The naked short offered the shares down this morning. You saw the big offer. I put it up. I thought it was a spoof. They were spoofing it. They moved it down, and in 1 second, someone bought exactly the same amount. Okay? No one is offering 25,000 shares of this stock and thinking they're going to get out. That was a prearranged trade, and that's what they did. They crossed it, and the short seller, the real short, he bought it back from the naked short. So now the naked short is short another 25,000.
Why did they do all that?
Because they wanted to thank the guy who helped push the stock down. That's how they paid him back.
The real short was the guy who helped.
The real short, the guy who borrowed shares, is the guy that helped the naked short. He came in, blasted it out, 35,000 shares, and he said, hey, buddy, I did you a favor. Now cover me. And they did. All right? That was it. But if you take out all those morning trades, the stock hasn't traded in 2 hours. All right? So, again, the morning trades are gone. They watched it. It moved along. The naked short is short more. Okay? And that's what happened. The real short, who was short 34,000, let's say it's 6, he made a buck and a half. Thanks. In the short position, just moved from one account to another. And that's what they've done. And they use all these different market makers to play the game. And the real activity is what you see now. And if these guys come in with an algorithm into this thing, watch what happens. They'll destroy this one. Anything else? I know I'm talking fast. I'm trying to get it all out, trying to memorize everything for you.
This morning you spoke to me briefly. I know you know nothing, but I'll just ask it anyway. There's a stock NIXX that's traded 60 million this morning, but it kind of stopped trading. So I was wondering if you know anything or have any color.
It's traded 61 million shares. Listen, a few people I know own it, and they told me that the company's doing great things, the buyback and all these great things, and and it was getting killed yesterday. I saw it turn yesterday on the close after they told me. Yeah. And I know a few people that bought it and flipped it, made 50 cents, 70 cents. Again, if I'm not, I got complete details on things, I really can't chase them around. I can't even, I'm afraid to say it.
It becomes really, you start feeling foolish hopping from one to the other on rumor and excitement. It's very it's deathly. It's like
that's exact. I don't want to do that. I can do that, but I don't think everyone can follow the bouncing ball fast enough. I'm showing you Root because Root is a classic example of a company that's been destroyed by naked shorts. They reversed it. My friend was a billionaire invested in the IPO. It was the biggest IPO in the state of Ohio. They killed it. I wrote reports to Jim Jordan about it. I did it all.
Well,
and they manipulated it.
You have to admit the business plan sucked. I mean, insurance, can you imagine insurance? We don't need insurance in the United States. It was a bad business plan.
Right. So they went public, big IPO. They had balloons, parades, you name it, and they killed it. But now the business is wonderful. All the people that invested in this company in the beginning were crushed. Everybody, insiders, everyone lost their stock because when they reverse it, everyone gets reversed. So all those poor people who put the time in to build that business all got fucked. All right. And now it's okay. And how would you like to have 20,000 shares? Well, my friend had 200,000 shares, and his stock, I don't even know what his position was after the reverse. And now the stock is $100. His value is probably $20 now.
I've been through that. Not with that
and this
stock,
is what they
but
do.
with other stocks, I've been through it.
And all of a sudden, like you said, your gold stock or your silver stock is doing well. The stock is turned up, but you don't own any stock anymore.
Yeah, you don't own anything. You don't own it.
And this is how they hide it. KNW, which was slaughtered by Lynn Partners, which I brought to your attention every day, it reversed it 40 to 1. Now the stock is $3.40 to $3.74, and it looks great. Everyone's happy, except everyone who owned the share got wiped out. That's what they do. Everyone forgets what just happened. MULN, they squeezed it up yesterday to 5 something, and today they took it right back down to $1.06. It went up yesterday to 5 something yesterday. And if you look at Mullen, the 52-week high was 47,000 after all the reverses. That's how much they wiped out every investor who believed that this company could make a car. Think about that. How much money was stolen out of there? I told you, I met a guy who stole $400 million out of there. Naked shorting. Millions and hundreds of millions of dollars taken. All right? These guys are criminals. That's who we're fighting. I'm fighting for everyone here, helping you out. I don't need to do it anymore. Trust me, I had enough of it. All right? If Donald Trump and Doge, these guys don't finish it off, I don't know what to say anymore. The only thing good about it is I know Finger Motion inside and out, and Finger Motion will be profitable and will do the same thing that is going on with Root. And if Alibaba deal is true, you don't need this stock will be 500 before you blink an eye. That's how big that story is if Alibaba steps in here. And the only person that can invest in this company would be a Chinese company. A good friend of mine who is an expert on China said it's at he told me the name. Let's see what he texted me today. Give me 1 second, William. Relax, William. Take it easy on me. He thinks it's hold on 1 second. He sent me so much stuff. I don't know how I went to Evelyn Wood's speed reading, William, now. He could be, it's Alibaba. He said to me, it's Alibaba or SAIC, which is that automobile company they're doing a business with.
That's the one that
so
makes
it's one,
most
he thinks
sense
it's,
to me.
It's either one of them. That's what he said.
I think SAIC makes more sense because they have the contract. It's not.
Well, I looked at it because I thought they were doing the T-Mall from years ago and the telecom, the top-up business, which is,
but if you look at it, if a small company, relatively, Finger Motion, has an exclusive contract to build out these rapid response, whatever the hell they're called, vehicles, and the source of the vehicles right now is SAIC, but there's plenty of places they can buy vehicles. It makes sense for SAIC to buy into Finger Motion to lock down,
either one.
that contract.
That's a $20 billion, right? That's a $20 billion company. Alibaba's $300 billion, whatever it is.
And they could they could bridge that 90-day payment liquidity issue.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about it. They can give them the cars and they think they buy it later, right? Yeah. Listen, something big is going on. I don't know what the hell it is. And, we'll see when it comes out. But again, where there's smoke, there's fire. Different people are hearing it. And you know what? I know the company's real, and I'm not worried about it. We're waiting for the year end, waiting for the special dividend, waiting for the Roth Capital report. My friend from Roth called me this morning. I haven't had time to call him back, and I'll call him back in a little while. And what else did I want to talk to you about? Any other? I blank, William. Go ahead. I'm going too fast.
Gene Hackman died.
What's the story with that? He killed his wife? And what did he kill his wife himself?
Well, the daughter thinks it's carbon monoxide poisoning. I don't know. No one knows. No one knows.
And let's all wish our good friend in Miami. He's got a serious doctor appointment tomorrow, and I wish him well. And I think he will. I think he'll be fine. Let's just cheer him up and wish him best of luck. And
it's frightening though, but he'll be okay. He'll be okay.
Yeah, it is frightening, and everybody needs to understand that. Life goes on. These scumbags just steal your money and give a rat's ass about who you are. There was a guy on Twitter, and let's see if I can find it. 1 second, William, because I think it's fascinating. Because he said the same shit that I have always said. Give me 1 second.
Maybe it was you.
Here it is. Listen to this guy.
This is why. He said,
Hold on.
I've been around them. Most of you guys watching haven't been around these kind of people. I've been around these kind of people when I was kickboxing world champion, or when I was behind my Bugatti, or when I was hanging out in Monaco. I've been around these people. They're the worst people on earth. They're rude to staff. They have no respect for anybody. They're cunts. And they have no talent. They don't make money. They just have a pot of money and they manipulate markets and make their little pot go up with other people's money and get bailed out by the government anyway. They're complete dickheads with no skill. The worst people in the world. And they don't
So there you go. That's
That sounds
exactly
like
what
you.
I told you that. They have no skill. I've been telling you that. They have no skill. They just steal. I told you that. VIRT is a zero. They have no talent. They can't trade. They can't pick a stock. They don't know what they're doing. They have a computer and they're just stealing. That's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. Jeff Easton and that whole team, they wouldn't make it into Wendy's, those guys. I mean, they're just useless. They just steal and could give a rat's ass. And everybody says it. We all know it. Because people that worked on a trading desk, we needed skill. We needed to know how to trade. I needed to know how to answer a client what a stock is doing. These guys don't know. They don't even look. I told you, I met a high-frequency trader guy. He was like the nutty professor. He didn't know anything about stocks. He just put these numbers on. And when they got news, they had a microwave that was getting the news before you do, like 8 seconds before you do. And they would adjust their markets accordingly before you got the information. And the closer they were to the New York Stock Exchange, the faster they got the news. That's what they were doing. I mean, so this guy said it perfect. They're as they call them in the UK, they're cunts. They don't know how to trade. They don't care. They're the worst people in the world. And exactly what they are. I said it 1,000 times. The market makers and GBUX are, I wouldn't doubt if these guys are doing it from prison. That's how much these guys are such scumbags. These guys would fuck their own mother for a nickel. I told you that 1,000 times. Puma, ASCM, they've been notorious for years, stealing whatever they can. Pay me and I'll do whatever you want me to do. That's what these guys are about. 100%. And if I just wanted to show you again, looking at Finger, you would think that the company's a failure because the stock never goes up. It's the complete opposite. It's just like Root. The only thing different between Finger Motion and Root, William, and clean your fucking ears, William, is Root got through the ringer because they didn't have the balls to fight back. They let their stock get crushed below $1, was going to be delisted and reversed, and then they built their business, and look where it went to. They couldn't withstand the fight because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Finger Motion understands it and is fighting back and eliminated that reverse merger and almost getting delisted. They eliminated that whole process. Finger Motion is ahead of Root and has done the right thing. Root allowed these guys to destroy him. Even after I spoke with them, even after I showed them the data, they did nothing. Just like CELU did nothing, took the beating, and here they are, $1.25 again. After the reverse, William, it went back up. It was $7.97. It's $1.25. Repeat, rinse. They reversed it, back up. The short sellers just begun selling it again. No big deal. He was a Biogen spinoff, that guy. I met with him, neurosurgeon, trauma center, and he's just getting, him and the shareholders are getting raped. They don't know what to do. And it just happened again. I mean, Finger Motion has done the right thing, fighting for us, all right? You can't move at the pace we want to move because they need legal advice. They need lawyers. They got to do everything by the book. These criminals hit a sell button. That's all they keep doing. There's nothing to do. They just keep, they're not even doing anything. Most of this stuff is on autopilot. Any bids come in, sell 2,000, sell 5,000. If it starts to trade up, turn it, sell some more, knock it back down. Finger Motion went to 147 the other day. They knocked it back down. 147. Who wants less all the time? Someone who can't meet the margin. It was just trading 126 to 127. They hit the bid back and forth. They're just watching trades. It's traded 100,000 shares today. Out of the 100,000 in finger motions traded, it looks to me out of the 100,000, probably 80 was faked. Unless someone tells me they bought more than 20,000, I would assume 80,000 is fake because it's doing nothing. Back and forth all day, 2,000 back and forth all day long. If someone bought more than 20,000, they'll make it 70,000 fake. All right, but watching the trading, it's a non-event. There's no movement at all. And someone posted a few days ago, GameStop, they closed it at the same spot for 10 days in a row. 2701, 2990, 2698, 2705, 2697, all around the same thing in a 5-cent spread. Every day it closed at that same number. Complete manipulation. It's unbelievable. So again, everyone, to recap, I believe Doge. I believe they're coming in, Elon Musk. They hate everybody. No one's untouchable. They're going to keep going. They need to drive profitability to the country. They need to get people to spend. Put money in my pocket. I got 40 little things I need to spend money on to fix my house like everyone else. All right, so this is going to be a good thing. I can't tell you what second. Don't ask me. I'm not with Elon Musk, although I wish I was. But I'm not there. All right, so we understand that Elon Musk is going to come, and you just got to bear with that. I told you GBUX. He has
some children you can babysit.
What does that mean?
He's got 13 kids. I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I can handle them. I can do. Put them on leashes and send me to Disney with them all. But again, as far as the Doge thing goes, I have nothing to do with it. I'm reading it like you. The more they expose big people in the world, the more it tells me that Kramers and Lynn Partners and Hal Mintz and all these little thugs they're going to get thrown in jail. You can't have guys selling counterfeit shares and looting. And the worst part, they're still standing around trying to do it. Like these people in GBUX, just the arrogance of these guys makes me want to expose them and report them more. And I report them all day. I know you guys don't see it. I send 50 reports a day on everything they're doing. Okay, I send it to the SEC. I send it to Doge. I send it to everybody. All right, I'm not fooling around. These guys are criminals. They belong in jail. And they're just trying to, like Root, they want to stop the upside because they just don't like the symbol. I'm not sure what it is. But whatever it is, we're going to expose them. Finger motion, you know what? I'm tired of talking about it. You know what I know. I believe there's events coming that are going to light this candle. And you know what? Do whatever you like. I really don't care. I bought calls. I hope it happens in my time frame. And I own the stock. And that's what I'm sticking with. TDC, I told you before, anybody that I had in it, I've been telling them to liquidate and raise some capital and do other things with it because I have no idea what's going on. I see him spiking it, goes back down. And you know what? If you're in it at that level, breaking even is a good thing sometimes. Taking a small loss is a good thing sometimes. You know what? This is what I tell people to do all the time. And I did it to myself, William. You see it. Does anyone have any questions? I know I'm going fast today and I'm riled up, but let's go.
What do you think is going to happen with ZJYM?
Zero. Until I see it happen, nothing. I can't say anything about it. I can tell you every day, you're asking about this, when you see it start trading, when I see it $1.25 trading 5 million shares, bring it to my attention, then I can ask. Other than that, I don't care.
Do we have to wait for the SEC chairman to be approved in order to get the dividend in G-Bucks?
No.
What?
I don't know. The SEC chairman? I don't know. I think there's people that are just still working at the SEC. I don't know.
You don't.
Yeah. I think getting a dividend approved has nothing to do with the chairman of the SEC. There's nothing to do with it.
It's a procedure.
Right.
What date did you buy?
The only thing the chairman of the SEC is that I don't know who to face to put on the truck. If I put it out there, I'm waiting for someone to get in there. I don't know who to attack. I don't know.
When did you buy your calls and fingers?
I think last week it was. I don't remember.
What date? What maturity date?
I bought the March 25s. The March, whatever it is, the March. I think it's the March 25s.
The $2 March calls, the 21st or whatever day.
I paid a nickel and a dime for them. That is correct.
Now that the physical short is taken out, why should the brokers buy in anything? You cannot, nobody can prove the existence of the of the counterfeit shares.
Okay, so whoever's question is that you're completely wrong. Everyone knows there's counterfeit shares because he creates or failed to deliver. Every brokerage firm has it. They all see it. And if anyone says anything to force the issue or does anything to force the issue, they buy him in. That's completely false.
Okay. Something about Andrew Tate and GME. Somebody here was saying that they thought GME was going to be 30 this week, so maybe there's a buy the dip in that. I don't know.
Who is Andrew Tate? Someone else brought that name up to me. I don't know who that is.
Andrew left, maybe, but they said
Andrew
Tate.
left. Yeah, Andrew left is a scumbag.
I don't know Tate. I don't know who Andrew Tate is.
I don't know who that is. Someone else brought it up to me. They saw me post about it. I said, I don't know who that guy is.
He has a museum in London. Zizu thanks you. Zizu bought GDC at 138, sold it at 211, and bought G-Bucks today at 421. He thanks you.
Good for you. That's the way to move it around. Sometimes you got to move things around, and that's what you do sometimes.
Do you mean TMU instead of T-Mall? TEMU instead of T-Mall when you refer?
I think it is called T-Mall. I thought it was called T-Mall.
All right.
I could be wrong.
All right. We'll leave that open.
I thought it was called T-Mall. I think T-Mall may mean T-Mall. I don't know. Yes, William. Yes, William. Bo and Rocky, one's peeing, one's pooping outside. Yes. Thank God.
Are they sniffing each other's poo and pee?
No, they're 30 feet away from each other. Thank God. Oh, I'm so tired of picking it up.
Well, I hope once they learn, they keep doing it out there.
Yes, well, I'm very good at getting up and down and running out. I sit at home, so I sit and watch them all day. And I'm glad I'm breaking them in here. That's the hardest thing when you get puppies. And William, Rockies did a pee and a poop, 2 for 2.
Oh, God.
Good. How's that, everyone? And Bo's doing another one. Oh, my goodness. These poor guys were busting. This is the best. Thank God. I went to Costco and had to buy the wee-wee pants and to get them trained. And I had to buy like 300 of them. And my wife just bought me a pooper scooper to get them. And I have to get the doggies inside. Give me a second, William. It's raining out here today. So anything else, everyone? What do we got? Come on.
That's about. There's some discussion of MMT.
Nothing, William?
There's some discussion of MMTLP, but everyone thinks you know something about that.
Listen, I don't ask about it. There's things going on. Obviously, I speak with John Berta, when I need to. And, he's had I think he had a positive call. I try to keep out of it till it's time. I'm with everybody on it. No one wants it more to happen more than me. I have many friends that are in it. I saved one person who had a big position. I made him sell it at 10. He bought it back at 3 before they stopped trading it. And he locked in a lot of money, but he's still in there for a lot of money. So everybody's still here, but, I have a lot of people in it. My friend Robert in Miami owns it. Everyone owns a couple of thousand shares of this thing. So, listen, there's a crime everywhere. Anything else, William? Or nobody's got anything to say? No one cares? Does everyone understand the relationship of Root and how it worked out? Go look at it. Look at the press release today. They now are on the way to profitability all of a sudden, right? When they started the company, think about Wall Street, Broad Street. The company started, was a big IPO. All right, raised billion, the biggest in the state of Ohio. I think it was $6 billion. They slaughtered it. They didn't kill it. They slaughtered it because they didn't have profitability in the first 3 weeks of going public. Now it has it. All those investors were crushed. But it's okay. Don't worry about it now. It's all reversed. You're okay. Don't worry about it. That's how the regulators look at it. I don't look at it that way because I've seen the people get slaughtered. And they do it to everyone. CELU, KNW, they do it to everybody. Don't worry about it. It'll work. Meanwhile, everyone got wiped out. It'll work for the people that bought it for the third time around. Not for the third time around in MULN. Those people will never come back because they just destroyed that company to death.
Apparently, Andrew Tate is the guy you just played on that tape.
Oh, is that who it is?
It's either Andrew Tate or Andrew Rate. I don't know which.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know the guy's name. I was watching it this morning, and he was talking about what scumbags they all are, and I'm like, hey, that's exactly what I say.
I have my answer to this, but I'll ask you. This gentleman wants to know what you think about May finger calls.
Listen, if I bought the Marches, I would buy the May. The only reason I buy the Marches, is I'm looking for the cheapest option.
Yeah, he says
it makes. Go ahead.
The $4 or 5 cents, the $5.
That's I am a 5-cent option pig. And if you go and watch the movie The Big Short, the two young kids in that movie made all their money. They were trading out of their mother's basement or some nonsense. It says it in the movie. And they made $30 million trading out of the money, calls and puts. Go watch the movie. That's what I specialize in, doing the same thing. I love to play garbage options. And the answer to the whole thing was, we risk a little bit when we lose, but we make a lot when we win. So imagine Finger Motion doing a route, and you own the $4 calls at 5 cents. That means your break even is $4.05. If you buy 100 of them, that's equivalent to 10,000 shares. 10,000 shares. Think about it. 100 to 4. That's $96 times 10,000 shares. That's what it'd be for $500. That's what we're trying to time here. Because when Finger Motion does go to profitability or does do a big deal with a big percentage ownership with somebody, you're going to get that event. And that's why I buy those cheap calls. They're risky, but we're trying to time the event. There's a lot of stuff going around about timing of an event. I can't find this dog shit. Oh, there it is. I'm walking in the yard. I'm sorry. If you can time the event, you make a fortune. That's what I do. All right. I'm not right all the time. I'm definitely not right all the time, but I'm using small money to make big money. Go watch The Big Short, and they tell you right there how they do it. It's right there in the movie. Does everyone understand that?
Yeah.
I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah. What point in the downside do you sell G-Bucks?
Listen, it's obviously under control of I don't know who, because it goes up, it goes down. It doesn't even make any sense what's going on there. So I don't know. But if you were profitable, I would move along. I have zero interest in it. I'm not hearing anything about these names. My friends.
In G-Bucks, you have zero interest?
Oh, I thought you said GDC. I'm sorry.
G-Bucks.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question on that?
Well, time kills all trades. You don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser. And so at what point do you just get out of here now that it's down of G-Bucks?
Listen, I look at it this way. If you wanted to trade this thing, when the ducks quack, you feed them, right? I'm not a believer in selling. I'm not a believer in selling when the stocks get weaker. I'm a buyer on weakness and a seller into strength. So when you write it in your fucking hand, this stock looks awful, that means buy it. When you say this stock looks great, that means sell it. If you're trading. If you want to hold on, the company announced a big deal. The company's giving a dividend, all right? They're paying attention to what we're hearing and what we're saying, so we have to go. I go along with it. You don't have to stay. If you're not happy, you move along. I can't help that. This is all fraud. We're fighting fraud. I'm not fighting. There's no fighting here against a normal stock market. I'm not Hercules. I can only report and do the best I can to bring people's attention to what's going on here. That's what I do. And I think I do a good job of doing it. William always says I don't, but I do. What's the matter, William?
How does Finger trade 50% short on 300 million shares yesterday? And the
whoa. Finger Motion didn't trade 300 million shares yesterday.
How does Finger trade 50% short on 300 million shares yesterday and shares available go up by 300K?
That was someone reported that someone was lending shares. That's what someone posted that. I saw that. That's just saying that someone is lending out 300,000 shares. Where are they getting it from? It's all a stock loan. The stock loan department on Wall Street's all fraud. There's no question that's all fraud.
Robert Kupke bought more G-Bucks at an average of 431.
Robert's a good man. I'd like to put some boxing gloves on him and knock him out, but I don't think I can reach his. I don't think I can reach his head.
Anyway, Emil just bought CYCU. I don't know what that is.
Listen, people, I would rather see you not invest in the stock market than chasing your tail around all these names because they're so manipulated. If there's no one helping you through it, you're out of your bird. I'd rather you not do anything. And I like I said, Finger Motion, whatever you're playing, I'd rather see you not do anything than play because there's no way anybody here can survive these attacks. And you just, jumping from stock to stock that you know nothing about is a tough thing. If you got someone give you the inside scoop on it, God bless you, go get them. What else you got, Wayne?
Nothing.
That's it?
That's it.
I'm trying to help you out, answer away question.
You've answered mine so many times. It brings on a new question.
Again, I'm waiting like everyone else. I think if you own a brokerage stock, I think you better get the hell out of them because when the shit hits the fan on stock settlement, the SEC's attack, the attacks are going to go right at the brokerage firms. The brokerage firms have prime brokerage services. They have positions. They have short positions that their clients are going to walk away from. They call them DK, meaning don't know, or go bankrupt. They're going to take hits on these positions, and their losses are just going to be huge. I think the banks, the brokers are going to go down. I think VIRT is going to go to pennies. And I think naked shorted stocks are going to be the winners going up. I think there could be a sell-off in like Costco and things like that, because people are going to need to raise money to meet margin and do all this other stuff. So they'll look for sources of income, sources of revenue, or we call sources of funds to raise money to meet their obligations. These are not normal times. Never before has the U.S. government told you which way a stock is going to go. Never before. Never before have they told you. You're being told right now, and everyone's running around in a circle like, what? Who? They have to buy back all the shares they sold. That's the fraud, and it's coming to an end. So you need to go find whatever you want to play in. Get involved, because the showtime is now. The minute they speak, it'll be like Root. Boom, 100. Boom, 80. Things will be jumping like crazy. And you're going to sit there and say, well, people, they're never going to let that happen, because people are going to lose their money. The banks are going to get hurt. Listen, these guys have pumped up their stocks high enough. If they got cut in half, everyone will say, oh, their stocks are overdone. Goldman Sachs will go down from 400 to 200. And everyone's going to say it's overdone. They took their lump, and it'll be firmed up again, and they'll stop buying them again. It always happens that way. I'm not in front of a computer right now, William. What's finger motion doing? Or GBUX? I don't see anything.
I don't know. I can.
The key to what I do is memorizing trades. That's what I do.
Hell of a skill.
Yeah, it's a big skill. I can't remember anything else, but I got the numbers down in my head.
I'm sure there's a delay here, but I showed G-Bucks at 465.
So they did their morning attack. The stock firms up, and then it doesn't trade the rest of the day.
Finger at 126.
Right. I just saw it now. It's 102,000 shares. I got
and
it.
GME at 2462. So if it's going to go to 30 this week, it's a hell of a trade.
Listen, if you look at it, I've been saying finger motion versus GameStop and these other ones. I said buy the dips in those and sell them. You've had a couple opportunities on both at GME and DJT to do that.
DJT is 2389.
Oh, they knocked it down again.
Yeah.
It was this morning. It was 2488. Yesterday it went to 2550. So all these dips, the dip could be lower. The dip, it doesn't always have to be 25. It could be 24 today. 24 gets you to 24 and a half when they rally back. They all have that type of pattern in it. So those, to me, there's a lot of wiggle room in those names. Finger motion, the wiggle room is gone. They pushed it down. There's no more wiggle room. No matter what happens, what's it doing? 115, 120, 120. That's the wiggle room. It's gone. So when stocks get to $30, $25, there's a lot of, you got to be careful. You're buying a $30 stock. They go either way. They go up big, they go down big. But I like to buy them when they're ugly, nothing going on. And you wait, and your turn won't come. What else you got, William? Again, people, just go look, do your own little study. Go look at Root. I'm telling you, 27 to below $1, reversed. When it went below $1, people were sitting there saying, oh, this company's going out of business. They reversed it to 25. It got to 25. They took it back down to 6 or 7. Then the news started to come out that it was, company was going in the right direction. It went to 120. They knocked it to 65, now 140. And that was after they did the reverse. Finger motion has missed that step. And that's the killer. Lynn Partners had him on the ropes, and it turned around where Lynn Partners is now trapped. because Lynn Partners had them on the motion to go to that. They were going for that dunk, but it didn't happen. People are hearing the rumor. I told you. I heard. Other people hearing it. Other people. You know. What else can I say? Does it make sense? Yeah, but is it going to happen? We don't know, but we have to be aware of what's going on here. It's $1.25 stock, just like Root. The company doesn't need. Thank God the company raised the money, because if they didn't, we'd be looking at $1.25 stock looking to raise money. They raised it at $1.50. Whoever's selling it down here is just a fraudulent investor. Just like the short seller, he raised the stake. He sold another 100-something thousand shares at $1.15. He's short 1.4 something million shares now. That's the real short. Again, I don't follow all these other crazy names. You know, people ask me about CYDY, ask me about I don't know these names. I know they're shorted. I've heard them before. They've had a squeeze. You know, they just, in passing, that's all I know. Again, before I used to have a desk all set up, and I used to, you know, all my friends, we all watch different groups, and when we all talk together and say, okay, the food stocks are going, let's buy the food stocks. Which one do you like? We like Kellogg, blah, 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 whatever it may be. Hey, while we're playing Kellogg, all of a sudden, you know, brokerage stock would go up. You know, back in the day, the rumor was always E.F. Hutton until it was taken over. I'm just saying, so we used to play, you know, we all follow different things, and everyone did something different and brought something to the table. That's a trading desk. What we're doing is like a trading desk. We're discussing different things. Only I'm not trading every name today on fundamentals. I'm trading it based on the fraudulent activity. And the fraudulent activity is what made GameStop go from $3 to $500. Or KOSS or AMC or whatever name you want to play. Is that it, my friends? We're all good? William?
Yeah, I'm here. If I buy $3 calls and the stock goes to 100, do I have to pay $100 before I can collect the 97? No, you don't have to exercise. You can just sell the calls.
Sell the calls. The calls will be worth $97.
Yeah, I mean, if you own the calls, the $3 calls, and the stock goes to 100, you do not have to exercise the calls to get the stock and then sell the stock. You just sell the calls.
You know, I keep looking at the calls and puts in March, April, and May. That's what I follow. On the put side, this is the open interest on the put side. In March, 1 put. In April, 2 puts. In May, 1, 23, 24, 35, 37, 57. Together, 60 puts in 3 months. 60. On the call side, there's 5, 6, 7,000, 8,000, 11, like 15,000 calls have traded on the call side versus 60 puts in 3 months. The only thing holding the stock down is the people manipulating who are just hitting bids, selling counterfeit shares. That's it.
They're just looking out for you.
Yeah, that's it. They're just holding the stock down.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy a call and short the stock. So the most they can make in stock goes to zero is $1. And the most they can lose on the upside is infinite. Doesn't make any sense. So that trade doesn't make any sense. So they're doing nothing. Again, people, if you see anything on the Doge thing, please retweet it. And we need this to happen to end this fraud for everybody here. Again, we're looking to take advantage. Maxine Waters says that they're afraid that if Elon Musk gets into the SEC, that we're going to front run and hurt the funds. We're gonna run in front of the funds. Well, Maxine, absolutely. I'll be the first guy to run in front of the funds. And William, hold on 1 second. I knew I wanted to say something. William, hold on 1 second. I found the gentleman's name, and I wrote something to him before. Elon Musk had put it's Shamat Pala Hapa Tamala. What? How do you say it?
You did very well.
Yeah. I'll retweet it, everyone. It's my last tweet. It's the gentleman, sitting on the swing waiting for it. He put that up to Elon Musk. And it's right there. Shamat Pala Hapa, whatever his name is. That guy was promoting GameStop when it was $250. He bought the calls. And I wrote back to him, the only reason you bought those calls is because you knew someone was being bought in. Because if I called up any hedge fund and I said, hey, I want you to buy GameStop, it's $250, they would hang the phone up on me because they would say the same thing. Why didn't you tell me when it was for? You missed $250? I'm not going to play this. It's too dangerous. The only people who were playing up there all knew. Even what's his name knew. Michael Burry, all these guys, Ryan Cohen, they all knew. That was a hedge fund short squeeze. They took it. They went out after the short sellers themselves, and they blamed retail, and they made Roaring Kitty the hero. There you go. Anybody wants to know? Ask that guy why he bought the 250 calls. And I still remember buying the 250 calls. He was on CNBC talking about it. I'm buying the calls today. That's because they knew that these guys were going to get bought in. That's the gentleman. And I remembered it like it was yesterday. They'll never answer you because they know that the reason they bought it is because they were front running someone being bought in. All right, William, I'm done. I'm tired.
All right. You're not
All right, everyone.
one.
Have a good day. And if I see something good, I'll post it.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. It's 3:25. I'm going to stay on till 4 o'clock. I'll try to answer any questions. But let's see what NIXX is doing. So weird. All I can think is they decided to stop and nothing's going to be happening. The volume, I can't read it, darn it. I cannot read it. I think it says 51 million, but that doesn't make sense. 61 million, 61 million. So they must have stopped. So are they going to turn it back on tonight or tomorrow? Or next week? Or March? I don't know. And somebody asked about Railtown. Ham knows nothing about Railtown, so asking Ham about Railtown is like asking Kim Kardashian about the Russian Revolution. I can't see the bid in the ask. Oh, there it is. The bid is 27. 31 if I'm reading this correctly, 312,000 shares bid for at 27 and nothing offered at 27.90, which doesn't make sense. Look, Railtown, guys and girls, if you're buying into these stocks, expecting things to go straight up, you know by now that doesn't happen. If you're buying into stocks and you think the shorting will magically stop, and I'm talking about the criminal, colluding, criming criminals, you know that's not going to happen. So anytime these stocks go up, they know that the SEC does not enforce settlement. At worst, their lying lawyers will be tied up for a year and they'll work out a settlement. They'll sign a mutual, hey, no harm, no foul document, and they'll give up the profits on their toxic note. The hundreds of millions of dollars that are funneled out of the market into Europe without paying taxes will go on uninterrupted because it helps SAC, Citadel, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and endless others. If you think just because you buy a stock, that's going to stop, you're expecting too much. So what happens? When we buy a stock all at once, the stock goes up. But how much can each of us buy? All we can buy is what we can buy. We can buy 100,000 shares of Railtown. We can buy 1 million shares of Railtown. We can buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. We can buy 1,000. Whatever each individual's limit is, that's all we can buy. What can they sell? What can the other side sell? Under Adina Friedman, Gary Gensler, Robert Cook, Chuck Cromwell, whoever's running the SEC, offshore accounts out of Europe, out of the UK, if that's Europe or not, I don't know anymore, out of Canada, out of other parts of the world, people here in the United States, in New York City, in Florida, and possibly other places, can sell stock they do not own. They have not borrowed. They will not own. They will not borrow. And they can do it over and 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 over. No one cares. They do it through multiple LLCs. They have attorneys who lie for them. They have attorneys who avoid telling the truth for them. They have prime brokers who look the other way. They have broker dealers who accept the trades on behalf of you and me and then never ask for delivery. They have entire networks of lobbyists and professors and journalists who say, oh, you should just never invest in the over-the-counter market. And then you buy the stock, and the flurry of buying happens, and then it sells off. And you wonder, why does it sell off? Is there something wrong? What is it that the market knows that I don't know? I bought Railtown. I paid 33 cents. It's trading at 27 cents. The market must know something. If it was so good, why isn't it trading at 35 cents or 40 cents? The market must know something. There must be some new news to explain why the stock is down. It can't be that every time in this market, which has no buyers because of the Merrill Lynch rule, it has no research reports, it has no investment bankers, it has no real market makers, it has no trading desks, it has no institutional buying. So when buying comes along, stocks run up until we run out of the ability to buy more. And then we think when the stock pulls back that that's because something's wrong. There must be something going on that's wrong. We've watched it happen from Torchlight to MULN to GME to AMC to DJT to MMAT to MMTLP to Root to hundreds of companies we've watched that the market sells because the market must know something. What the market knows is that Adina Friedman has a fat ass which she sits on all day. The market knows that Robert Cook can't fit into the suit he purchased last year because he's such a lard ass. The market knows that Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell of the over TC markets just does whatever he needs to do so he can afford his Upper East or West Side apartment in New York City, and he doesn't really care about delivery or short selling or any regulation. He just doesn't care. The market knows that whoever comes in the SEC is going to be controlled by the stock loan desk of Goldman Sachs. The market knows that every single over-the-counter small stock under $1 billion is going to be sold, 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 and sold some more. In a marketplace where there is no price discovery, where there is no enforcement of securities laws, where there is disdain for investors on the part of Gary Gensler for sure, but the SEC, FINRA, over-the-counter, and NASDAQ, and the selling just continues and continues. The selling is done by opportunistic, lying, cowardly day traders who have no money. The selling is facilitated by market makers who have no capital but who take the orders. The selling is organized by big hedge funds like Stevie Cohen's and Ken Griffin's and the big trillion-dollar funds. The selling continues every minute the market is open. And your broker dealers do not ask for delivery, they look the other way. Every stock you buy that's under $1 billion roughly, maybe 5 billion, is subject to this same destruction. It's allowed to go on because it benefits a handful of men who control the banking system. It is criminal. It is massive. It kind of operates in the shadows, but it's an open secret. No one cares. So when you buy a stock and it goes down, you figure it's because the market knows something. Well, I don't know anything about Root. I personally don't think Root is back above what it came public for. But I can't help but follow Root because I hear about it. Root's $125. What did the market know about Root as they sold it down? Nothing. These guys are functional financial idiots. They probably graduated high school, but they didn't go to Columbia. They're not geniuses. They know how to argue. They know how to manipulate emotions. But these are not financial geniuses. They're lazy. All they do is sell. And when they get to the point where they can't sell anymore, they bribe somebody who is quasi-legitimate to sell real naked borrowed shares. It is a crime on a scale that you cannot accept. Your brain can't accept. So when you buy a stock, you shift from, one of the reasons you're buying a stock is to catch out the potential short squeeze, the potential when these guys have gone too far and the market corrects, like with Root right now. I know nothing about Root. I don't own Root. But there's no question that people who own that stock over the last months are making a lot of money now. So on the one hand, that your brain is telling you, I'm buying this because I see an opportunity for a short squeeze. I'm thinking about G-Bucks in that case. But on the other hand, when the stock comes down, now my brain is shifting to, oh, the guy selling must know something, and the guy telling me that he heard something about the stock must be a scammer, must be a pump and dumper. Those systems are in place, and the systems work. Gary Gensler does care. Adina Friedman is concerned. Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell does care. Robert Cook really is a human being. So the system, all of a sudden, has been looking out all along. And the reason these stocks are down is because some scammer told me that the stock might go up. You got to reconcile these two different messages in your brain. One, that criminals are shorting the stock And my take on it is they get caught out by their own greed and their own extremes. So when it snaps back, the criminals in the system tell them to buy back. It's like someone stiffing a casino or a racetrack versus someone stiffing the bookie who took the bet. The odds are that bookie's going to collect by breaking your legs, killing you, which he won't collect. But he's going to take every step to get his money. He doesn't like to lose. The others, I don't know what they do. It takes forever. Criminals who are losing money are going to attack the other criminals because they don't want to lose their money. That's my opinion. So that's why you're buying these short squeeze plays, is they could squeeze. But then when they don't, all of a sudden your brain is telling you that Wall Street is legitimate. It is a fair playing field. The rules do look out for you and me. And in fact, the person who's a pump and dumper is somebody that heard about the stock, not the benchmarks of the world, the Lind Partners, the Yorkvilles, the Anson funds, the Stevie Cohens, not any of those people. You just got to reconcile that. And that's, I'm sorry, that's a long riff. Now, I do think it is normal when a stock pulls back to check. Is there something going on? Uh-oh, do I need to get out? So in Railtown is not per se a short squeeze play. However, the stock traded, let me just look on Yahoo. The stock, that's weird. Yahoo, my Yahoo is saying the last trade was at 212. Is that possible that Railtown's not trading at all? I don't know. Anyway, Railtown this year traded as low as 0.0001 a share. It also traded as high as 62 cents a share. So what that tells me is I'm almost certain at some point in the history of at least the shell, which Railtown may have been, the company may have rolled into, I don't know, there was short selling. There was short selling. So there probably is, if Railtown starts to move upward, there probably is going to be some sort of tendency towards a small short squeeze potential in rail. But Railtown is not a story that I'm telling over and over again now for, I don't know, 3 months or something. I'm not actually at all focused on Railtown as a short squeeze. Looking at it, watching the trading, watching how it's always under pressure. They're always selling. They sell, they sell, they sell, they sell. They come here, make fun, get their jollies, feel good about themselves, and they sell, and they sell, and they sell. And when they get in trouble, they call one of their friends to sell some more and sell some more and sell some more and sell some more. And finally, they can use their buy button to go buy it from their friend to help their friend make illegal gains. But then they get back to selling more shares and selling more shares and selling more shares. And oh, by the way, every time they sell, they do some research. They talk to the company. They look for the news stories. They track. They get first dibs on bad news ahead of you. They get first dibs on strategy. They have whole research departments that analyze what are the metrics involved in each of these stories and how are the businesses going and what are the geopolitical trends and are we going to use batteries or are we going to go back to horseless carriages? What's going on? These are geniuses. That's why Railtown is down, because these geniuses are studying it and they know something you don't. That's why they're selling it down. That part of your brain, you got to throw it away. You just got to throw it away. These are functional idiots. All they do is steal. They're like card counters. They're like people at the poker table with a cheating machine. That's all they do. They cheat. All right, so what's going on with Railtown? Same story, but I'll go through it again because it helps to, it does help when you have doubts to go through it again and revisit why you're in Railtown. Personally, if I had money, which I do not, I would be falling all over myself to buy more Railtown, but I do not have that capital. But that's what I would do. It's a screaming buy. And to me, out of all of our stocks over the next 2 weeks, the one to buy is Railtown. That's not saying I'm negative on any of the others, but because the price of Railtown has come down to 27 cents, it jumps ahead of every other stock out there. But that's not how people see it. People see Railtown as, well, it's down, I better not buy. It's the strangest human emotion. Attention shoppers, on aisle 10, we are selling wine at a 75% discount. If you buy 4 bottles, if you buy 1 bottle of wine, you get 3 bottles free, but we're only doing it for 3 hours. People move away. Oh, there must be something wrong with the wine. I'm not buying it. I'm not going to buy it when I can buy 4 bottles for the price of 1. I'm moving away. But in the stock market, when it's down, oh, I'm not buying. There must be something wrong. The people selling must know something I don't know. Do you know that 98%, I could be wrong, but to my memory, 98% of all trading on Wall Street now, 98% is done by computer. It sounds so high to be unbelievable, but why don't you think about it a bit? Your 401ks, your retirement plans, your mutual funds, they could just be set on buy NVIDIA, buy Apple, buy Meta, and reinvest. And as new monies come in, buy it on that ratio and put it in a computer. So the money comes in from the highly skilled money managers at Morgan Stanley. They recommend it to the Tiger funds. The Tiger funds allocate across our portfolio that's been set up by our computers, and it just all goes in. There's no human being spending time going, why are we buying NVIDIA when Intel is so much cheaper? No, the computers say buy it. Tire Fund says buy it. We're going to fit in with everyone else. We'll just put the money there. We'll go golf. We'll go out to dinner. We'll find some other investor, bring them in, take out a yellow pad of paper, draw a line down the middle and something up in the corner and something down in the bottom, and say, all right, here's how you need to allocate your resources. And here at Morgan Stanley, we have a computer that if I can ask you a few questions, we can give you a bespoke financial plan, and then you can put your money into that plan, and we'll allocate it according to what our best advisors say. But it's all computerized. And then and it's all buying. It's all buy and hold. And then on the online trading, which are just sources of trading, they sell the order flow to Citadel. It's all computerized, all goes to Citadel. When's the last time when you put in a buy order, you paid the ask price? You don't. Selling is a little different. You usually get the bid when you put it in. But it's the few of us who trade are such a small percentage of the overall trading going on. They create ETFs. Institutions buy ETFs. So an ETF just goes in and it's a computer doing everything. But yet, you watch Railtown pull back and you think somebody has done an analysis and somebody is selling through an analysis. It's not. It's not. Let me see if it's traded. It's really weird. Let me look at OTC markets. Last trade I see at 255. Well, we can agree that Railtown's not trading very much. It's 48,000, which is actually high historically. All right, so Railtown announced a memorandum of understanding, and when computers are operating on behalf of these criminals and behalf of funds, the computers read headlines using what's called intelligence, but they read headlines everywhere. And as soon as they see a headline that says memorandum of understanding to acquire, they start selling. Why? Because the computer has been programmed to sell, because one of the predictors of a company raising capital is when they acquire somebody. So if you can sell stock that doesn't exist, put it in a pot, as the stock goes down, all you need is benchmark to direct the CEO to you. And Jeff puts it in a product, and you can act as the cross and make some commission. Everybody makes money. So that pool of money goes from the prime broker to the company, funds it, and the profit belongs to all of the criminals of Wall Street. The other thing here is a memorandum of understanding is not final. So the criminals know if they can sell a stock down, that the CEO of the company, in this case, AI Partnerships Corp., could change their mind. So the shorting of the stock, the driving it down, creating a pool of money by selling stock that doesn't exist in the tens of millions of dollars, maybe not in this case, but in others. If you can bust the deal, the stock price is down. There's no reason for anyone to raise money. There's no reason for anyone to buy the stock anymore. You can cover your stock at leisure by colluding, manipulating, and cheating. And Ann Wagner is key to that because she does not believe a consolidated audit trail is her responsibility as the head of the congressional office who oversees the financial markets. But she's a woman, and hey, we have women in charge now. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. Of course, you're right. Men also don't do anything. All right, so they announced on February 11th, Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed an MOU for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp. Okay, so here, this is information that you have. It's public. It's full disclosure. But one part of your brain is telling you, I have this information, but it's got to be a scam. CEOs are scammers. People that put this out are scammers. People that give you the idea are scammers. The people that come on here as shills, they're the honest guys. And the short sellers are just cleansing the market. And we know the market is full of honest cops, people that care about the integrity of the market. And so I don't trust that this press release, which is written with lawyers having to go through every bit of it, it's written under the threat of CEOs going to prison if they lie, because that's what happens. I'm just not going to believe it. I'm going to believe because the stock is down, there must be something wrong. Okay. I tell you what, that actually, more often than not, turns out to be how it is. Because a lot of news stories that are published are just fluff and crap, and they're legal, but you have to use your brain to go, well, wait a minute, that doesn't. But in this case, let's see what this is. Let's see. First, let's read the press release, and then we will look up what AI Partnerships is, according to themselves. So Railtown is pleased to announce that it has executed an MOU for the acquisition of AI Partnership Corp. This is a Toronto-based company which has established an affiliate network of over 160 North American, primarily, artificial intelligence, 160 North American, primarily, artificial intelligence, software, even though it's not really software as a service companies who provide artificial-based and AI-based vertical market solutions. They sell a solution to the world, which is system-wide in each of these companies. But they sell, these are AI, SaaS companies who provide AI-based vertical market solutions and artificial intelligence development and management tools. That doesn't sound like fluff, but you can take it that way, and then you shouldn't invest in the company. But if you assume that's legitimate, it sounds legitimate. This acquisition, the Railtown acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp. This acquisition will create a dynamic organization which drives substantial revenue growth. So they're going to have substantial revenue, but they're going to have revenue growth. And the organization will scale enterprise AI solutions worldwide. So the company, AI Partnerships Corp., they have this affiliate network which operates in 13 countries and delivers AI-based solutions. That's 160 existing AI companies who are in one network. That's 160 AI companies with revenue and with customers. It's not one, it's not six, it's not 16, it's not 40, it's not 80, it's not 100. It's 160 AI companies who operate in 13 countries and deliver AI, that's artificial intelligence, all the rage, and the new force multiplier in the financial world. They deliver AI-based solutions to clients across multiple industries, ranging from fintech to healthcare to manufacturing, supply chain management, as well as other applications and other companies, other interesting industries who need artificial intelligence development and management tools. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide, AIP being the company that they're buying, which is a network of 160 AI companies, is expected to provide both Railtown and AI Partnerships Corp. An opportunity to leverage Railtown's product, which took 4 years to develop and tens of millions of dollars, which is exclusive, which is first, and which is a closed learning model, not open. They are going to leverage Railtown's conductor product as a platform of choice. Remember, it's the first mover. It was designed to solve a problem, which, as I understand it, can be simply described that if you're an organization with a legacy software and there's a glitch, there's a problem, It needs to be upgraded. Typically, you would hire outside consultants. You would put together your own internal team. You would set up a budget. You would plan on 6 to 18 months or longer. You would have a whole campaign to solve this. The conductor product, as I understand it, and I'm summarizing, allows that same organization to maybe have 1 or 2 programmers. The conductor goes in with its artificial intelligence, recognizes the problem, comes up with solutions, can install new software and new solutions, and instead of taking 18 months, might do it in 18 hours. This is the kind of leap of productivity that supposedly artificial intelligence is offering. Now, I summarize that. It's probably inaccurate, but that's the concept. So these 161 organizations are going to market Conductor, which is Railtown's product, to their revenue-producing customers worldwide as the platform of choice for artificial intelligence application development by the AI partnerships, current customers, current affiliates of 160, and future affiliates beyond 160 companies, and those future affiliates, customers, and end users. One of the fundamental objectives in the establishment of this artificial intelligence partnerships network was and is to allow the artificial intelligence partnership to identify and acquire, to purchase the best companies as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. This transaction, buying AI partnerships, is expected to provide the resulting combined entity the benefit of a public company structure with access to capital markets as it executes its acquisition of these affiliate companies' strategy. As this combined entity executes the strategy of buying 160 companies, or the best of them, they're going to have access to capital markets and the best of these companies. Artificial intelligence partnerships established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions, through buying these 160 companies. And could be enhanced by deploying Railtown's proprietary conductor technology across all of the 160 companies networks and customer bases. The key drivers of this revenue growth will be, obviously, buying each of the companies. The company plans to acquire select high-performing network affiliates companies of the 160 companies, and as a result of combining those acquired companies' product offerings, will provide a rich suite of vertical, soup to nuts, AI-based applications and development tools in order to meet the needs of the end users, the customers. Another driver of revenue growth will be platform integration. Railtown's AI conductor platform could streamline artificial development for the affiliate companies. It's that good. And of course, their clients, increasing the adoption of Railtown's technology and the productivity of each of these 160 companies. Another driver of revenue growth will be expanded partnerships with relationships already in place in the network of 160 North American, primarily, artificial intelligence companies, and with relationships with major technology partners such as MILA, AMII, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, UBC. This combined company will continue to be able to leverage these relationships to accelerate enterprise sales and product innovation. Revenue will be driven also by recurring enterprise revenue. The integration of all this AI-based vertical market application, along with the artificial intelligence development and management tools and services as applied across the network of 160 companies, who already exist, who already have revenue, is anticipated to drive strong recurring revenue growth from long-term enterprise contracts. Quote, "This acquisition represents a transformative moment for both Railtown AI and AI Partnerships Corp. By combining our conductor platform with AIP's extensive affiliate network and enterprise partnerships, we are creating a powerhouse who will drive significant revenue growth and deliver innovative artificial intelligence solutions to businesses worldwide. The opportunities ahead are immense. Immense. We are poised to expand our reach, to scale enterprise sales, and to accelerate innovation across industries. Together, we will shape the future of artificial intelligence in ways which unlock long-term value for our shareholders, customers, and partners, unquote, and modified, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI Technologies. Quote, from its inception, AIP, which is AI Partnerships Corp., set out to assemble the largest network. From its inception, AI Partnerships Corp. set out to assemble the largest network of artificial intelligence solutions organizations worldwide that provide a diverse package of AI solutions that meet the needs of enterprises in industry sectors that realize significant rate of return on investment from adoption of AI-based application solutions. Now, I added the worldwide because it's elsewhere in the release, but he didn't actually say worldwide. So let me reread the part of the sentence where I added worldwide without worldwide. From its inception, AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations that provide a diverse package of AI solutions. Okay, we found Railtown's, AIP, AI Partnerships Corp., found Railtown's Conductor product had broad deployment relevance, and remember, Conductor is Railtown's proprietary product, took years to develop and tens of millions of dollars. It's a closed system, it's first to market, and it's revolutionary. They just started marketing it. We found Railtown's Conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network, all 160 companies who are the largest network of AI solutions organizations. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, we are excited to actualize our public market vision as we seek to commence with an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition mandate. We are going to immediately start to buy companies in our network upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction, stated Dr. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partnerships Corp. Both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent to formalize the acquisition in the coming weeks. This was announced 2 weeks ago. The acquisition is expected to position the company to capitalize on the rapidly expanding demand for artificial intelligence solutions in key sectors. The ability to provide enterprise clients with a fully integrated suite of artificial intelligence tools and services ranging from software as a service applications to advanced development platforms gives the organization a strong competitive advantage in both domestic and international markets. The leadership teams of Railtown AI and AIP are aligned in their vision. Okay, AI Partnerships Corp was formed in 2020 with the goal of establishing a worldwide affiliate network of AI as a service-based companies that are focused on providing AI-based solutions in a select number of sectors. These sectors include healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain, and fintech, as well as other sectors. We have established a network of over 160 software as a service based artificial intelligence affiliates, primarily headquartered in Canada and the United States, who have offices worldwide. The affiliate network consists of primarily of companies who are non-competitive with each other and who work together to cross-sell to each other's clients and to jointly pursue new sales opportunities. By establishing and working with the affiliate network, AI Partnerships has been able to identify the best affiliate candidates, the best companies to be acquired. About Railtown. Railtown, a Microsoft partner, has developed a cloud-based application general intelligence platform called Conductor. Artificial intelligence and automation that perform tasks and streamline, enhance, and accelerate developer productivity engineering through speed, quality, automation, and best practices are the cornerstones and the foundation of the Conductor platform. We purposely built the Conductor platform to help software companies and software developers save time on redundant tasks, to improve productivity, to drive down costs, and to accelerate developer velocity, whatever that is. Railtown's proprietary artificial intelligence technology, which is designed to make our clients more productive and profitable, is accessible on the Microsoft Azure marketplace. Okay. I showed you this yesterday. I'm not going to show it to you today. Railtown Technologies announced that news that I just read to you. Rebecca Kurzweil on Twitter writes, exciting news. Railtown AI Technologies announces MOU to acquire AI Partnerships. This includes John Ruffolo, and Omers, who are the financial architects of Constellation. Constellation was a roll-up company, but it was software-based, not AI intelligence-based, but as a similar, it was just as software was improving. Say, I don't have the vocabulary. Computer productivity and networking. I don't have the words, but as that business was growing, these two guys, John Ruffalo and Omers, OMER''S, designed the roll-up strategy to create Constellation. The symbol is CSU. They created a $100 billion company, 100 billion with a B, using that roll-up strategy. Or as she writes here, $4,900 a share. I don't know, that there's no calculation there. But the point, the clear point is, these guys did it before and created enormous value. They're involved here on Railtown. She then wrote, investors, this is Rebecca Kurzweil with a K, investors often ask, when will Railtown have revenues? And she wrote this, I don't know, just within the last 2 weeks. Today's news, or I guess it was 2 weeks ago, today's news is the making of the answer to that question. AI partnerships has, as she writes, she must be Canadian, AI partnerships have, as we would say, but she says AI partnerships has, sorry, that's what we would say, has. When you're in the UK, you would say have. It always confuses me. I've been both places. AI partnership has 160 companies in its network, as we just found out, doing, according to Rebecca Kurzweil, $400 million in revenues. Keep our story close as we finalize the LOI. Okay. That's a lot of information that I feel like I have to go through, because people don't, when the stock price goes down to 27 cents, people go in their mind, it's very human. It's nothing wrong with you. It's just a very human thing. In their mind, they go, oh, there must be something wrong. These professionals on Wall Street are selling the stock. There must be something wrong with that deal that was announced 2 weeks ago. Something must be wrong. The stock is down. I'm scared. I'm going to sell if it goes much lower. My brain doesn't tell me to buy. Because when Safeway says there's a special for 6 hours, an inventory special, if you buy 1 bottle of wine, you'll get 4. That means to me there's something wrong with that wine. I want to sell my bottles of wine. That's what's coursing through my bloodstream, my brain. Everything's telling me, oh, better get out of Railtown, because I don't know the story of Railtown. That's why. So I'm trying to tell you the story. So what did I just force feed to you, like people force feed a goose to enlarge their liver. I just force fed to me, a handful of bits of information. Number one, Railtown was founded by this guy, and I'll add it right now. You can go to their website. Founded by this guy, Brandolini, and a handful of other top-notch developers a few years ago. They developed AI's new. They developed what we described, this conductor product. They've gone through the R&D, and it's now ready to get customers. So we know that. I don't know if you know that Brandolini and his other top guys, you can find it on the website, all have done this before. They've created companies which they then sold to Microsoft. They then sold to KWB, a real estate agent. They then sold to Starbucks or somebody. Anyway, it's on their website. It's on their CVs. They've done this before. They're not new to creating a company, growing the revenues, and then selling it onward, which is what I think what I originally thought, and I think still remains a possibility for the exit. However, we now have this company, CSU, which I'm just going to look up, CSU stock. Which is also, the founders of that are involved here. And what's Constellation Software? That's the name of the company. Constellation Software trades on the Toronto Exchange. Today it closed for $4,892 a share under the symbol CSU. I'm looking for their website. I just want to find the names of these people. So I guess I got to type in website. So there it goes. Okay, website. I don't see the website. Anyway, let's just move on. I can't get the website. You guys can do it. Constellation Software. Let me try again. Constellation Software web site. No, okay, there it is. www.csisoftware.com. All right. So it's a leading provider of software and services to a select group of public and private sector markets. All right, great. And they're out of Toronto. Okay. About us. Management team. Come on. Everything's slow. Okay, management team. Mark Leonard, Jamal Bakash, Mark Miller, Bernard Anzaruth, Farley Noble. Doesn't mention any of these people she said. So I can only assume that the company might have been acquired. The company that they created and did the roll-up strategy might have been acquired. Let me see. Being acquired. Oh, they buy companies. So they're still rolling up. So anyway, this Constellation software, this is the second thing we just learned, has a model of rolling up companies. They did it before, trades at $5,000 a share. These people are involved in Railtown. So the first thing we learned is Railtown has gone from an R&D to a product that is great, and that their team has done this before. Second thing is this AI partnership includes these guys who are apparently really involved here, who have created a roll-up, a combined company before. Now, the third thing we know from what we just went through is that this announcement was made 2 weeks ago. We know that the criminals sell every bit of news. They sell everything down. There's opportunistic day traders, and they're going to drive the stock down. So we, in our heart, say news must, if it's good, the stock is going to go up. Well, in a market where there's buyers, other than we few, there's buyers, there's research, there's brokers who can recommend the stock to their clients. Maybe that'd be the case. But in this situation, the news is good, but it's an MOU. It's not finalized. And the news announcement said over the next several weeks. Well, we're already 2 weeks in. So we know that the computers, the group of us, everybody is going, oh my gosh, the stock didn't go up on the news. And it's not final. And we know that the SEC requires companies to announce material information. What is material? Material is information that could cause an investor to change her mind about owning a stock, could change her mind about not buying a stock. In other words, could influence her decision to purchase a stock, hold a stock, or sell a stock. That's material information. It has to be released. So the company has to release the information prior to the definitive agreement, because the CEO will go to jail if he does not fully disclose that memorandum of understanding. The criminals take advantage of it by setting up computers where the computer is just implementing the shorts viewpoint, which is an MOU, means the deal's not done. It means they've agreed a price, most likely. And that price is based on a share exchange, most likely. And if we as shorts can destroy the price of the shares of the acquiring company, we can busticate the deal. So here is our business model. let's sell shares that we don't own, we have not located, we have no intention of locating, and let's do it in such a volume that we can accumulate a pile of cash. Let's not do it that we discourage retail investors from buying the stock, because we want to, that's our source of capital. We don't want the stock to collapse right away. We need to siphon out of the market, whatever, $5 million, $10 million. We're going to do that by colluding, cheating, non-disclosure, non-use of prospectus. We're going to issue new shares, in essence, without a prospectus, and we're going to do it throughout the market and in violation of securities laws. But let's get going on that, because it says MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. It doesn't say finalized contract. Well, why doesn't it? Because the CEO can't let those weeks go by without announcing it to you. If he keeps it to himself and insiders are buying the stock and you don't know about it, and then he announces it after it's finalized and the stock's at $3, lawyers are going to sue him. Hey, you broke securities laws. You didn't disclose that you were in discussions, that you had signed a memorandum of understanding. So he has no choice but to put it out there, which he's done. This machinery who owns and corrupts Adina Friedman automatically starts selling because the headline says MOU. That's one thing they do, because if they can destroy the deal by driving the price down, they can cover the stock and close the trades. That's one way out. They don't want to do that. You know, if they buy back their sales, it causes a tax obligation. Their greed is so massive, they don't want that tax obligation. So what they do is they do this because of the MOU. But further, what they do, they know in their computers that they've set up to do this automatically. They know that if a company is acquiring another company and it's a penny stock in Adina Friedman's, Gary Gensler's, Robert Cook's, Chucky Cromwell's markets, they know there's nobody that cares about settlement. Nobody cares about enforcing securities laws. Nobody cares about a level playing field. Nobody cares about price discovery. So what they do, they know that MOU to acquire means money. The computer assumes that Railtown is going to need money. So the clients of Benchmark, Lynn Partners, for example, start selling the stock that doesn't exist. It's all automatic. And a big pool of capital is sitting there unsettled. Well, Benchmark knows the CEO, says, why don't you talk to Jeff Lynn Jeff Lynne knows or advertises, has a Rolodex, finds out which private office, institution, investment bank. They're just fronts for the pot of money that was created out of thin air. That's located quickly. Jeff Lynne creates the product. Shares are issued from the company, and it can be much more complicated than this. New shares are issued from the company. That group is able to close off the shares, and they book their profit. Everybody makes their investment banking fee. What's the key? The key is, as soon as the good news is announced, start selling the stock. So your brain goes, oh my God, it's bad news, it's bad news. Oh my God, I was told this news is good news, but it's bad. The stock's down. Oh my gosh, the stock's 27 cents. It can't be good. What's going wrong with the stock? I mean, that William tells me it's good news, but it can't be good news because the stock's going down. All it does is it keeps going down every day, and it's been 2 weeks. And 2 weeks, they must know something. Those sellers know something. They're selling shares. They bought at 35 cents. They're selling them at 27 cents. Oh, and those people on Williams' channel say it was a pump and dump. They say that somebody's pumping it to me and dumping it. I feel like an idiot. The stock was I bought it at 35 cents and the news was good, but the stock is trading at 27 cents. The sellers have to know something. There's got to be news. Let me go on and ask William, what's wrong with the stock? Well, in a normal market where there is a dedication to the rules, where there is a dedication to price discovery, where there is a dedication to fairness, where people care about investors and companies, where the market's aligned to the investor, not the criminal. Yeah, that might be the correct way to go about it. I'm going to suggest a different way to look at Railtown right now. One, you can go to the website for Railtown, and I've talked about it before, but let's just accept right now that Railtown is revolutionary and has a massive new product. Let's accept that. Railtown is buying a network of the best AI companies, 160 of them, who have 400 million in revenue amongst them. And that sets up Railtown for a roll-up strategy, which two of the closely involved participants here used to create Constitution software, $5,000. So let's just take those three pieces of information. So we know these two billionaires are involved. We know they have expertise. We know all the parties have done this before. And we know that the network company that is being acquired has companies in its network who do 400 million in revenue. So we know the strategy is a roll-up strategy. What is roll-up? Roll-up is combining roll-up would be combining a series of dairy farms and milk delivery trucks and refrigerators, rolling them all up and creating a company called Carnation Milk. That's a roll-up. You roll up the smaller bits and pieces, or John D. Rockefeller did it with Standard Oil. It's not so much that he rolled them up, he just drove everybody out of business and acquired the pieces. But he concentrated first all the refineries and then the rails and the barrels, the delivery, and he cheated. He cheated, no question. And he bought the forests for the wooden barrels. He bought the train. He bought everything, and he made it into a giant company. Well, that's what Rollup is. All right, so we know that these billionaires did it before, and they created constellation software from nothing, just a strategy of Rollup. We know that the network being acquired is 160 companies. We can assume that each of those companies have investors and possibly well-heeled investors. We don't know that from the evidence we have yet, but we do know those companies are doing 400 million. And we know that Railtown, by acquiring the network, can cherry pick the best of the best companies out of that 160 to roll up in a model just like Constellation software. And we know the principles of Railtown have done what the principles of Railtown have done before is they have developed software companies, built up the client base, and then sold those companies for massive profits to a Microsoft, to a KWB, to, I can't remember, it's on the website. What's different here, that strategy that obviously the founders of Railtown were going to deploy, they've run up against a bigger and better idea that clearly has put the rush to being acquired on the back burner slightly, at least, whilst they go and acquire $400 million worth. Probably it'll be like anything in the world. 20% of those companies, the 20% of the 160 companies will do 80% of that 400 million in revenue. So let's assume that they acquire 20% of those companies over the next, let's say 90 days. Why delay? Everybody's friendly. Everybody's in on it. The network we just read is friendly. They're excited to do this. They're all about making money. Each of these AI companies are new. By definition, AI is new. Each of these AI companies want to be sold at a profit. That's the AI model. That's the software company model. That's the venture capital model. So odds are these guys are all talking on the phone and at breakfasts and lunches about how exciting it is that Railtown can buy the network of 160 companies ready to go that are doing 400 million. So let's assume out of 160 companies, they buy 20% of them. So they buy 32 companies over the next, let's say 6 months. 5 companies at a time, they're going to roll them up. 4 or 5 companies at a time, a month for the next 6 months. So that means in our head, we've got to take off our plate the idea that a Microsoft is going to buy Railtown at 10x or 20x or 30x or whatever of where it is today. But what we can put on our strategy and the reason why we're investing in Railtown is what I just said. It's in the press release. Your gut is telling you, my God, I paid 35 cents. And then I was told this is good news and the stock is down. Wall Street, these smart people on Wall Street are selling. There's got to be something wrong. It's not a buying opportunity. There's something wrong. Well, I'm trying to show you that your emotions are cheating you out of a screaming buy opportunity, as long as you assume one thing: artificial intelligence is valuable. And that it's priced okay. The bubble's not, and an asteroid's not going to hit the Earth. There's no 100% guarantees. All right, so let's assume 32 companies are going to be rolled up into Railtown over the next 6 months. And I'm making up this example, but it's logical. So let's assume the 400 million in revenue, they get 80% of that. I'm just using the standard law of large numbers. 80% of revenue comes from 20% of your customers. So let's assume that over the next 6 months, Railtown acquires $320 million worth of revenue before they start selling their own conductor. It's not really before. The calculation is before. They're selling their conductor now. So the odds are, with these crop of companies, the conductor product, which is revolutionary, is proprietary, is self-learning, is the first to market, is changing the world, and is great enough that AI Partnerships is excited about this deal out of all the AI companies out there. So the conductor product is very likely. I have no idea how to relate that to the existing revenue. Will it double or triple it? Will it cannibalize it? Will it expand it rapidly? I don't know. But so let's just, for now, just leave it totally out. They're going to acquire $320 million of revenue by buying 32 companies over the next 6 months. How are they going to buy it? Well, initially, the first roll-ups will probably be, my guess is, all stock. And it'll be revenue that comes in. And as they go along, they'll be able to use perhaps debt and cash and stock. And then as they get further along, they may be able to use all cash to acquire by taking on some debt. So we don't know exactly, but it'll be a pattern. It'll be a pattern of a blend of stock and cash to acquire 32 companies as they roll these companies into a Constellation software type Railtown vehicle. Well, Railtown has 139 million shares outstanding that I remember. That might be the authorized number. So let's, again, I don't know how to come up with this. Let's say it's 150 million shares out of the gate. And let's say they triple the number of shares outstanding. I think that's going to be too much by far. I don't think they'll have to issue more than, I think by the time they'll be done, they might only be at 200 million shares outstanding. But let's assume they go to 450. Let's assume they go to 500 million, 500 million. I think I am being really conservative. These guys have done it before. I don't think they're going to need to issue that much stock, but I could be wrong. Let's assume they issue 500 million. So this 320 million, based on metrics I've been told, I don't know for sure how to prove this to you, but metrics I've been told currently in the AI space, the multiple used for acquisition is 19 times revenues. So let's multiply 320 times 19. And we get a valuation of $6 billion. $6 billion. And let's divide that by 500 million shares. We got a price of $12.16. Now you can haircut that, which I would, but I might have already haircutted it a lot. But I would probably, whenever I come up with a number like this, because it's all made up projections, I take a third of it. So if we divide that by 3, that's a $4 stock. That's over 6 months. That assumes AI stays hot. That assumes that this strategy, which they've already discussed, is implemented. And I think it's very conservative. My target on Railtown is $4 a share. I think that's conservative. I don't think you'll have to wait 6 months. Now, what could happen to Railtown in the next let's say 2 weeks, because that's the number I used before. This news was announced on February 11th. So let's say it takes the full 4 weeks to get shareholder approval out of Canada. Let's just call it March 15th. That's a Saturday. So let's say it's St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. That approval comes on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. These calculations I just did, which 1 are very simplistic, 2 are probably wrong, but I think they're wrong by being conservative, will be done, will be calculated by the billionaires at Constellation, the well-heeled investors at 160 AI companies who comprise AI partnerships, and will be done by the investors in Railtown. They'll be done by venture capitalists. They'll be done by family offices. They'll be done by mutual funds. They'll be done by institutional clients of Canaccord Genuity, which I know is a short firm, but it's also one of the investment banks in Canada. Just like Goldman Sachs is a criminal facilitator of security violating sales of everything, in my judgment, as my whole videos are. Goldman Sachs also is a pretty good investment bank. So anyway, What will happen, let's use the date of St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. The company will be able to announce that they have a definitive agreement, an LOI, and a definitive agreement, shareholders' approval to complete this transaction. Now, the risk is it doesn't happen. That's why the stock is 30 cents. But you've read the commentary, and I'm trying to give you the magnitude of what it really is. So let's assume, it's a big assumption, that it's approved on St. Patrick's Day. What could happen before St. Patrick's Day? There could be another press release. For example, the LOI might be agreed, which is still a letter of intent. It's not final shareholder approval. That might need to be released next week. I don't know. So there's a possibility of more news before St. Patrick's Day. But the other thing is all these billionaires and whales and venture capital firms and investment bankers, and you've got to think the research team at Canaccord Genuity and the brokers and more. Some of them are going to get wind of what's going on. And some of them won't have definitive material information, but they'll have the thought process I have here, but they'll know what they're talking about, unlike me. They'll know what it means to have conductor. They'll know what it means to have $300 million in AI revenue. They'll know what the growth prospects mean. They'll know what it means to be working with the two guys who founded Constellation Software. They'll know all this. I don't. They do. So what I think is going to happen with Railtown is the stock price is going to start drifting upward. Now, my final point, and it's a point that somebody else gave me. A lot of these bigger buyers. Now I'm going to put my own thoughts in, my own concepts in. But a lot of these bigger buyers are not like you and me. They're not coming here to buy 10,000 shares, 100,000 shares, even 1 million shares. If they are as good as these two guys that created Constellation, if they are billionaires, if they are deep-pocketed, if they are venture capital firm guys and girls, if they are women who know the value of AI, unlike me, and they see that they're getting in early on a company which is rolling up in the same model as Constellation Software, why would they own 10,000 shares? These people may be wannabes. They want to be rich in the sense that maybe they want to be worth $1 billion and they're only worth 250 million. But they're not like you and me, in the sense that we would be happy if we could buy, I'll talk about myself. If I own 25,000 shares of Railtown and it goes to $4, that's worth it to me. That's worth that trade. These people, that doesn't do anything. They want to own a lot of this company, number one. If it's so good, why not be one of the founding investors? Number two, a lot of these wealthy people who have advisors, who have analysts, who have kind of the, I don't know what to call it, the whole team that can run through the metrics, do the analysis, put it in the computer and compare. They have other things they're looking at. They have other investments they're looking at. And what's the hardest thing to understand? It is, and I've seen it, which is why I accept it, is and I'll just use I think it's going to be much higher than this. But if what I'm saying is correct, and it's so blindingly obvious as I'm implying, there is risk, though. There is risk. And the risk is in execution. It's technology. Things can change. But anyway, what's hard to understand is if a company's been trading for less than 30 cents for 4 years, and I'm saying it could be $4 in a month. But what I'm really saying, I'll just jump to it. I'm really saying the company could be either a buyout candidate or on its own trading. It could be a $40 stock in a relatively short period of time. 6 months, a year, 18 months. The biggest assumption there is the stock market doesn't crash and AI doesn't crash. But the thing that's hard to understand is, why wouldn't people be coming in? The stock's gone down to 27 cents. If this is true and they see all this value, why aren't they down here buying? I'm sitting here all naked. Why aren't they buying? Number one, they have other alternatives. Number two, if they buy it at $4 and it's on its way to 40 over the next 2 years, they'd rather pay $4. And this is hard to understand, but I've seen it. They'd rather pay $4 when they know the deal is done. They'd rather pay $4 when the deal is finalized, the first 15 companies are rolled in, the analysts are supporting it, there's a round of financing. They'd rather do it then. And you're going to say, well, if it's so obvious, why don't they come in at 27 cents and support my stock at 20 cents? They're not even in there. They're not even buying. They're not even considering it. They're not a buyer at 27 cents. It's really, it's counterintuitive. These big companies, the Microsofts, or even the big pools of money, I guess one thing to think about is the people making the recommendation. Let's say you're the, I don't know, the broker at Canaccord. Let's not use Canaccord. Let's say you're a broker at Maple Leaf Financial Advisors, and you're advising a billionaire. You've been doing this advising for 15 years. And you get a base salary of $400,000. You get an automobile, travel, your shoes shined, club membership, and etc., vacation, and you have a bonus every year, and your kids are going to the best schools, and you got a recommendation to be able to buy onto the best golf club, and, you're living the life at Maple Leaf Securities Advisors. You are not going to take the risk of advising your billionaire client to buy a stock at 27 cents. They will look at you and say, are you out of your mind? Let me talk to your partner. Let me talk to your boss. So you don't do it. You would rather, as that person who has that job, you would rather the stock goes to $4 or whatever, I'm making it up, before you recommend it, because you can put it in a folder, you can build out the charts and projections, comparisons and documents, and you can sit it on the table, you can meet, you can say this, or you don't, odds are you never meet that client, you have to go to a committee. Well, however, but you would rather recommend it at $4, probably higher than 4, by the way. It's probably a cutoff of at least $5, $7, $10, but whatever the cutoff is. But let's just go with 4. You would rather make that whole recommendation at 4 after this acquisition is completed, after the revenues are coming in, after the first companies are rolled up, after other people are investing with you. So when you put that recommendation out, if something goes wrong, you can say, hey, Millie recommended it over at Grizzly Bear Financial, and Robert over at Timberwolf Financial recommended it, and Canaccord guys are recommending it. It wasn't me. It was just a portion of your investment, and we were allocating it in the AI space. But we were doing it with everybody else. It didn't work, but, we took a swing. That will save your job. If you do it now and it, for some reason, fails, you'll lose your job. And that's just the way it is. So where does that leave us? That leaves us buying in. And by the way, I'm not implying that the big players here haven't bought the stock, that they don't own a ton of the stock. But remember, let's just use Corey Brandolini. He can't buy the stock. Those 2 people that started Constellation, they can't buy the stock right now. They can't buy. I bet they want to. I bet they already own a lot. I bet they have a deal if everything goes through, they receive shares as compensation. But they can't buy. Why can't they buy? Because they have material information that if an investor knew, she would either sell the stock, hold the stock, or buy the stock. They have material information which must be widely disclosed, fully disclosed, before they can buy any stock. And it has to be disclosed for a period of time before they can buy any stock. Otherwise, they, as CEOs, go to prison. Now, juxtapose that against Adina Friedman's real clients, who are not her companies, who she's torturing by saying you need to get women flying these planes. That was Sam calling, and it broke my. Fuck it. I guess I'm done. Hello.
There was a story on Twitter.
Do you want to tell it to everybody live? Because you broke up my train of thought anyway. All right, go ahead.
Guys, there's a story on Forbes I'm reading, and it says the firm behind the $30 billion fire sale shaking financial markets disclosed almost nothing. Someone posted it from Forbes from a couple of years ago. It's about that Archaeos Capital Management.
Bill
And one of the things that's pretty interesting that I didn't know, maybe I'm just looking for it. It talks about the reporting, and the reporting for companies. So in 2013, Hong converted the firms into a family office, set up it manages private wealth. The firm appears to be massive, not just in the size and scope, but also a risk appetite. However, its status as a family office exempts it from the SEC reporting requirements for investment firms. Family offices weren't required to register with the SEC under the Investment Advisors Act. Exemption provided to the firms with fewer than 15 clients. Could this be some of the things these guys are doing, hiding?
Mm-hmm.
These guys are hiding it because they are under a family office. And I remember everybody started to become family offices, but I'm not an attorney. And that must be the reason why. They can hide. They can hide using the family office.
Well, I'll use it. I was talking about something else, but let's relate it. For example, I'm going to make up a hypothetical with finger motion. Let's say that SAIC company is indeed going to invest, take a stake in finger motion. So the natural investor would say, well, if that's true, why isn't Martin buying stock? Why aren't all the big investors buying stock? And the reason is because finger motion has to disclose that information first before those people can buy. But Bill Wong...
Why don't they just front run the news?
But Bill Wong at his family office doesn't have to disclose that he's cheating, colluding, selling stock that doesn't exist, because no one cares. It's really unfair, but that's how it is. That's how it
Listen,
is.
If a public company or a CEO does that and buys or sells before an event, let's say he was selling his stock and the company comes out and lost all their clients or whatever it may be, and lost their biggest client, and he sold his shares before it happens, he's going to go to jail.
He's going to go to jail. But yeah. Jeff Easton is not going to jail because he's protected by the Anson Fund or whoever his sponsor is. He's protected.
So listen, these guys. There's also on March 6th, William, the SEC is having a hearing about investor protection. So I'm going to come down. I think it's March 6th. I'll get the data. It's on Twitter. I'll find it. And I just wanted to ask you what building it is, because if it's in the building where we can park the truck, I will definitely get the truck out there.
I've never heard of it. I don't know what building it's.
Okay, hold on. I'm out of gas, man. I'm tired.
You think
I talked to 600 people today. I'm beat. And I still missing phone calls.
You are impressive that way.
What?
You are impressive that way. That.
Yeah, I'm beat. Give me 1 second, William. Let me see this thing. Here it is. The SEC time and date notice is hereby given. The SEC Investor Advisory Committee will hold a public meeting on Thursday, March 6th. We'll begin at 10 a.m. Will be open to the public. The meeting will be conducted in person at 100 F Street, Northeast Washington, D.C., in the multi-purpose room. And by remote means, members of the public may attend in person or watch the webcast on the meeting at the commission website of sec.gov.
I think 100 F Street.
I have no idea what that is.
G's right there. I think F is the SEC. It's a massive building, the SEC. G Street is one block down from where the truck was. Well, one block, depending on how you, anyway. I think 100 F Street is the SEC. I'll look it up. I'll try to find it.
I just reposted it. It's the last tweet I just put up. You know?
That building takes up the entirety of the block. And it's a big block.
All right.
Bunch of uselessness.
So I just wanted you to know that with that, William, who's this guy? 100th, whatever his name is, 100th MP at 100 MP at mile per hour, 100 MP. Well, you know who he is?
Well,
he's an equity trader or something like that.
One of the 100s is a great guy, very smart and very much an advocate for shareholders. I don't know if that's exactly his handle though, so
right.
I don't know who you're talking about, but
okay, I don't know who it is. Some guy told me that they, whatever.
There is a guy named 100 who I think's terrific.
Yeah, the guy, the Polish assassin, told me he's speaking. To listen to him, he's very smart. He said,
"That's the guy." Then he is extremely smart, and right. he's also knows a lot more, frankly, than you do or I do about how these companies create markets here. They'll sell one share from Frankfurt into Chicago. Once that trade sells, they can make a market from Frankfurt, and no one tracks those trades. They're already trading They're already trading NextBridge from offshore, is my understanding. It's all fraud. That's what I understand. I can't prove it. Everybody wants proof. You can't, you can't prove that Escobar moved the cocaine, but you can. You have a pretty good guess that he was the guy.
Yeah, it's just listen, everyone. We just got to stay. I don't want to get too deep into all that stuff, because I'm not in the front line. At the end of the day, whatever we buy must be settled. That's the end of it. That's, to me, is the gist of the whole crime, is that how they're doing it, all that stuff, that's for the regulators to go in, and they know how it's being done. They're not stupid. It's just that I don't want to sit here and become an expert on every gory detail and say, oh, they're doing this, they're doing, we buy a stock, you need to settle it. And the conversation, that's it. And that's what doesn't happen. And we're all being tortured by it. And, we just got to fight through it. That's it. There's nothing else I could say. All right, everyone, I'm beat.
All right, I'm
going to go
watch too.
Have a good night. And read those two things I said to you, both on Twitter under my profile. I retweeted them, all right?
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I guess I'll stop. But the main thing I think I was going to say is the reason that the big boys and girls, and I'm sure there's a lot of women in the Railtown too, wealthy women, if they know about this transaction, if they're associated with it, they're automatically precluded from buying stock. The bigger institutions, the bigger players, as a new recommendation, are going to wait at least until this transaction is for a fact finalized. In the first case, they can't buy, otherwise they go to jail. In the second case, you might ask, well, why not? Go ahead and take the risk. We're taking the risk. Well, they have the advantage of being wealthy. So they know they're going to have access to transactions. And in this specific case, they're going to be called first on a good transaction. They may be offered into a deal on Railtown. Hey, why don't you come in on the stock on this offering so we can roll up these 5 companies. We're going to do it at $1.50 with half a warrant at $2. And that's how they start getting their benefit for being wealthy. But if they buy now, one, they can't buy enough. Again, you're going to think it doesn't make any sense. Why not buy the stock now? Well, let's say there's 150 million shares, and let's say the first 3 deals take it to 200 million. I'm making it up. I don't think they'll have to issue that much stock. But let's just say it goes to 200 million. And this woman is a billionaire, and she loves the space, and she wants to have it as a legacy investment in her family portfolio. Well, she's not going to buy 100,000 shares. She's probably going to buy 10 million shares. She can't buy it in the open market. One, if she did it right now, she'd probably go to jail. She'd be front running you, and the SEC goes after that. The SEC, Adina Friedman, do not go after Jeffrey Lind or the Anson funds or the Kramers. They don't go after them, but they'd go after that investor. So she can't do it. But the second thing is, I just told you her advisors are going to wait. Her advisors get paid, and they're going to tell her, don't do it, because if a guy like me called up with the idea to her, the advisor's going to interject himself to make sure he keeps his job. Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So they're going to wait till it comes on a glossy presentation with big, thick paper, with thinner paper in the middle, some charts and photographs and footnotes and all that from Canaccord Genuity. But when that deal comes in, sign here, sign there, sign this, here's the wire instructions. Her advisor will say, let's do it. And she'll say, okay, let's do that. But that's at a higher price. And you're going, why didn't she do it now? She knows. Well, the second aspect of it is by waiting for that transaction, she's able to get into the offering in size. She can buy maybe 2% of the company, 3% of the company. So that's better for her. It's better for her advisor. It's better for her. The other thing is, everything I'm telling you is reading public information, but it's also extrapolating. So it's speculative. The other thing is, when you invest in an offering, that is the most current snapshot. It's the most accurate. Well, not all offerings. Has to be a legitimate offering. Has to be an offering that's gone through a real audit and all that. It's got to be big enough to require that. Some offerings get done quickly, and the information is supposed to be accurate, and it isn't always. But most of the time, for her to come into this offering, she's going to have the best information, up to date, best chance of knowing that this is a good investment. So you're going to say, why don't we wait for that? Why don't we wait till she invests? Well, and this comes to just opinion and recommendation and thoughts. It's not a financial advice, of course. But if you wait for her to invest in the deal, the offering, it'll probably be $3.50 a share. You can wait. It'll take all the risk out of it other than industry risk and execution risk. But you're paying a hell of a lot. In her case, she's already wealthy. So for her to buy 5% of the company at $3.50, 10 times what it is now. Number one, there is no offer on the table to sell 5% of the company right now at 35 cents. There isn't one, so she can't do it. Number two, she's precluded for doing it because she has access to information everybody else doesn't for the time being. Number three, her advisors are going to tell her don't do it yet. Number four, if she bought now, there's no way in hell she could buy 5 million shares at 35 cents. She would drive it up. So her best strategy is to pay 10% more higher than the price is today, in my example, because she knows she's going to own 5% of the company. She knows the information is accurate. She knows that there's professionals who have studied it and are recommending it's okay. And her own advisor is saying it's okay. So she's paying 10% more for her 5, but she's not buying it for that move. She's buying it because that 5% in her estimation 10 years from now could be worth $5 billion. That's why she's buying it. So she would rather pay more than for all those reasons. So the stock is cheap. There's computers out there automatically set up to sell. This is organized. And don't kid yourself. Guys like Steve Cohen do this. Guys like Ken Griffin do this. They just do it through octopus arms. They're so far away you don't know it's Steve. But it's across so many that it's not that big a risk to sell. Get some cash there just in case the company needs to raise money. Destroy it just in case we can move those shares offshore, no closing transaction. Destroy the company so Adina Friedman can delist them, but at least they'll have women on the board. This is it's not a cottage industry. This is a massive operation set up by your own fund managers to steal. That's what they do. So anyway, the selling, I would propose to you, the selling in Railtown comes from automatic computers, dribs and drabs of day traders. There's some people that are probably a little nervous. Hey, that's an MOU. They didn't close it yet, but it's only been effing 2 weeks. It's only 2 weeks. They can't put research out describing what I just said. Genuity Canaccord can't put out a buy recommendation yet. None of the things you want that'll make you comfortable can be done yet. So then the question is William making a good analysis? And I think there is one of your first risks. I mean, maybe I'm a complete idiot on this, and it's possible. AI is not my field of understanding, but what is my field of understanding is I have worked for 20, 30 years, and of course it's in different spaces, but primarily in the resource space. These small companies build up and then they sell out. That's what first got me interested in Railtown. But now this roll-up strategy, which is stated in their press release, is just massive as far as I can tell. It's just massive. And so the stock didn't go up when the news came out. Well, if the news is so great, why isn't the stock 60 cents? I think I've given you the reasons. It's not a final deal. So the biggest of all money isn't going to come in. The advisors aren't going to recommend it yet. There's probably nervous people that bought it. I mean, the stock was probably 3 cents. There's people out there that are selling. Go ahead and get out. It's also anxious people that want to be in G-Bucks or want to be in GME. They might be, I mean, those kind of things can happen. But I think primarily it's short selling. It's day traders. And day traders will come in and sell 100,000 shares of Railtown at 37 cents, get it down to 27 cents, and they've made 10 grand. They love it. They love it. But this is my opinion on Railtown. Your goal should not be, in my opinion, to become a day trader in Railtown, to become an opportunistic long, mirroring the opportunistic, cheating, thieving, day traders, counterfeiting bastards. You're not a mirror reflection of them. Your goal shouldn't be to pick the exact bottom of when to buy Railtown and then get a bunch of people buying the stock and you keep buying it so it can all go from 27 cents to 37 cents and you can come out. In my opinion, that shouldn't be your goal. Railtown, as I've said now for 2 or 3 months, is a revaluation, a creation of value story. Unfortunately, what we have to give is our money and our time. And during that time, stocks fluctuate. Should I have paid 35 cents? Looks like I could have bought more shares here at 27 cents. But I didn't know. I was told back then that things were happening very quickly. They didn't happen as quickly as was projected. Does that mean they're not going to happen? I don't think so. I actually think in the case of Railtown, what was projected to me was more along, and I have to do some of my own projecting and thinking, but was more along the lines, let's prove conductor and then we'll sell the company. That was more along the lines of what I thought Railtown originally was. Maybe a 6-week in and out fun. Well, 6 weeks have gone by, 8 weeks have gone by. And the 35 cents that looks so attractive, all of a sudden is 27 cents. The news has been announced, is down, must be bad news. The market has it down, must be bad news. Well, apropos what? Why is it bad news? Well, the stock's down. Okay, why is that bad? Why does that make it bad news? Well, if it was good news, the stock would be up. Okay, who would be buying it? Well, the insiders, they'd be buying it. Well, they're not allowed to. Well, okay, other people, the wealthy people who are the investors behind 160 of the best AI companies in the country. Well, they can't buy either because their network is the one being acquired. So they're precluded from buying. Well, okay, then why doesn't some other big billionaire buy it? Or some other big investing fund buy it? Well, they don't know about it. They're not in the AI space. They're not comfortable with that. Well, then why I mean, if it's so good, why aren't somebody should be buying it? Who? If the insiders can't do it, if all of the financial support behind 160 companies can't, for the time being, buy it because the acquisition is in place, who's going to buy? Well, there should be analysts out there reading this and recommending the stock, and brokers should have their clients buy it if it's so good. Really? That's how it used to work. And I think it still works that way maybe in Canada. It doesn't work that way in the United States anymore. If you're part of the thundering herd at Merrill Lynch, 25,000 brokers, wealth advisors, you can't recommend the stock. So there's no brokers on Wall Street recommending the stock. Well, there's got to be analysts that are looking at it and they're recommending it to institutions. No, same rule. They don't look at companies under $7 or $10. Well, somebody's got to be buying it if it's so good. Well, I agree. I think it should be you. I can't give you that advice, but I think you should be buying it. If I had the money, I'd be buying it. The selling comes in, and it's automatic, it's computer driven. It can be high frequency because Ann Wagner and Adina Friedman and Gary Gensler don't care. It's senseless. Because most of these stocks get crushed. I mean, look at, just in my experience over the last few days, there was news on NextTrip, the stock's down. There's news on NIXX, the stock's down. I'm not picking on those. It's just, it seems like if you had a strategy and you are corrupt and you break the law, you could set up computers to sell every single small stock that goes up. And overall, you'd always make money. So the selling comes in. And the selling comes in. They don't have to deliver the shares. They don't have to locate the shares. They don't have to own the shares. They can just sell. Well, the stock, I paid 35, and if it's so good, and it was supposed to happen, and then nothing's happening, and it's down, and what's going on? Well, I think I've gone through it. I think the company spent 4 or 5 years in R&D, and they started marketing their conductor product, and it looks like they ran right into 160 companies that really like the conductor product. Now, could that be wrong? Could it be a big scheme of these 160 companies in Railtown to pump and dump us at 30 cents? It's just not logical to me. Corey Bandolini spent 4 or 5 years of his life, and he put this company, it looks like to me anyway, into a shell. And the stock's now 30 cents. And he's just trying to get us to get in and scam all of us. It doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. So your emotions are saying something's wrong with the stock. I'm down. But your emotions are assuming the marketplace in the United States has integrity. It doesn't. The US marketplace is corrupt, has no integrity, and it is a direct reflection of Adina Friedman, Chuck Cromwell, Robert Cook, and Gary Gensler. It's made in their image. So you know that. So why invest? Exactly, why invest? Maybe go put it in the bank. I submit the reason to invest is, in fact, there is a company there that is so mispriced. It is risky, but there's a company mispriced that there's an opportunity for reward to offset the risk. Yeah, but why is it down if what you're saying is correct? Why is it 27 cents? Well, it could be 22 cents. I mean, it can go down. But, and I suppose that's a risk, like, I don't know, like Collective Audience comes down and the CEO trusts Aubrey Advisors and does deals, and he can't allow himself to recognize that that group of financiers sold the stock down, and they have an interest in keeping it down. Although I think, to be fair to him, I think he's doing his damn best. I really do. Peter Boards. It's just a tough hand he was dealt. It wasn't his decision to hire those guys. But anyway, those are the risks. I mean, could Railtown be an Aubrey Advisors special? Because Canaccord Genuity is a short-selling firm, and they have the hedge funds behind them that'll do the exact same thing. But I think what works against that is the principles of Railtown have done it before. Number one, created a company that each of them, different companies, 6 times they've done it between them, where they created a company and sold it at many multiples higher. 1, 2, they don't need the money from Anson Funds or Jeff Lind or one of Canaccord's criminals. They don't need that money. They don't have to go the route of data logic, DLQ. So that's second. They don't need the money. They have access to capital and wealthy investors. Thirdly, I think, and this is something that you guys may know better than I do, but I think AI as a tool is so revolutionary that it is changing the revenue profile and the profit profile and the growth profile of any product that's created, like Conductor, overnight. So the criminals can't keep up with that. It's like the hammer of Thor. There's nothing that can beat that. That's my opinion. So I think Railtown at 27 cents is a screaming buy. Could it go to 22 cents? Sure. They can sell it off at any time. And I would, unless the facts change, I would say it's a screaming buy there. But all right, what's timing? I think timing is the approval, because I'm assuming approval. The approval of this acquisition should be done by St. Patrick's Day. Could there be news prior to that and disclosure prior to that? Yes, I don't know what it would be, but yes, anything material will have to be disclosed prior to that. Could there be movement in the stock price as we get closer to the full 4-week period? Yes, I think so. There's too many people that know the story, too much real money involved, too many people that aren't skitterish like I am or you are. So yes, I think with such a dynamic story, as it gets closer to St. Patrick's Day, the stock price is going to be going up. Am I going to be right? I have no idea. But that's my view on Railtown. All right, the May call question. I don't know what the question is, but I remember I wouldn't buy those $4 calls or those $5 calls. I think it's idiotic. But Ham thinks it's the way to go. As soon as you buy those calls, you can't sell them. Why buy that? So you go out and you buy the May $5 calls for 4 cents. You can't sell them. So in other words, you're throwing your money away. I wouldn't do it. But Ham would, because, well, he'd probably do the $4 ones at 5 cents because he sees the potential that the stock can go to whatever, 40 bucks. And he's willing to lose the money if it doesn't. I just don't think I'd do it that way. I think I'd buy the stock. It's $1.20. Why buy the calls? Or I'd buy the $1 calls for, I don't think I'd do March. I'd probably do April. I'd probably do May. Probably do May on the $1 calls, and I bet they're expensive. But because the stock's 120, they're probably 40 cents, 50 cents. But if there is good news, and the stock goes to 40, you're going to make a lot of money anyway. I'm not predicting that, by the way. But you'll have fewer calls, and that'll frustrate you. But you'll have an opportunity on the $1 calls, if the stock starts going up, to sell them and take your original money out, and there'll still be 5-cent calls out there that you can buy. But you'll have already doubled your money, taken your money off the table. I don't think I'd do those May 4s or those May 5s. G-Bucks update. What? Yeah, the CEO called me. They're going to acquire a missile company, and Elon Musk is his ex wants a payment system company, and they're going to buy. Elon Musk is going to buy G-Bucks at $35 a share. I just made all of that up. I have no news on G-Bucks. But we can go through the parameters of the G-Bucks story. It's not my story, it's Ham's story. But G-Bucks, in December, a friend of Ham's, and you just heard Ham, he made 500 phone calls today. So Ham received a phone call from a friend of his who told him that G-Bucks is going to be really big in 2025, and that Goldman Sachs is involved. When Ham called me first, that's all he told me. It was 73 cents. That wasn't much, so I said, oh, that's great. Good. Awesome. Yeah, it's really going to go. And next time Ham called me, and he said, I just bought, to my memory, it was 10,000. It could have been 8,000 shares, whatever. I don't know how he did it. I don't know if it was in conjunction with his family or whatever, but he bought a bunch of stock. And he's told you that. He's told you. I think it was at 75 cents of G-Bucks. I said, oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, it's supposed to be, Goldman Sachs is involved, and my friend tells me that it's going to be really big this year. They're going to bring in, what I remember him saying is they're going to bring in a couple of $250 million. They have some big business plan. I said, oh, that's great. But I wasn't that excited. Why? Because how much is it going to cost to bring that money in? Okay, great. Well, he bought his shares and he kept talking about it. He talked about G-Bucks here over and over and over again, telling people, and the stock was 75 cents, 80 cents, 60 cents, 73 cents, 90 cents. That we had weeks and weeks to get into the stock. So last week, I guess it was. I guess it was the week before. G-Bucks started running and running and running. And to my eye, it was behaving like a buy-in was happening. And Ham was coming on here telling you guys he'd call me, and it was 75 cents, then it was $1, then it was $1.25. He's telling me it's coming, they're buying in. These guys, I don't know how they're standing. Tom Ronk gave the numbers, it's 1.7 million short. I'm telling you, these guys are short, and then it was 150. And at 150, he called up and live, he said it live to you. G-Bucks is, these guys are trapped. These guys, I'm telling you, they're not standing. They're behaving like it's a couple of guys out of Boca Raton. They don't have any money. And the next thing, the stock's 175. And he's calling again. He said, I can't believe these guys. And he's telling you day after day, day after day, the stock, it's going up. Something's happening. And then it's $2. It's $2.25. And then the weekend goes by and it's $3 and it's $3.40 and it's $4. And I'm listening to all this. And I'm thinking on one side of myself, I'm thinking, well, you missed that. He was right. But him saying, hey, I didn't know that there was a trap short hit was here. I was just told something big is happening in the company. And sometime in 2025, it was going to be a big deal. So I wanted to own the stock. And you know, for a professional like him, and maybe you'll get there too, is sometimes the best time to buy a stock is in December because there's tax loss selling. Anyway, so then the stock went to 4. Same story, exact same story. I don't know. There's a short here. Tom Ronk says it's 1.7 million. I don't know how they're standing. It's got to be a couple of guys down in Boca Raton. They're just playing with themselves. They're selling it down. They're trying to hold it down. They can't hold it down. They're in trouble. The most they have is maybe $2, and it's at 5 now. They're losing. It's going up. I'm telling you, it's going up. Stock goes to 6. The same story all over again. The stock goes to 7. Same story all over again. Stock's at 8. Well, Brandon, I bought mine at 8. Small position, very small position. Then it went to 10. Telling you this, they're going to fold. They can't. And the same story at $10. Well, all of a sudden, the stock started going down. And then on Monday, there were a bunch of buyers at 8, and the selling went through that. I don't know that what G-Bucks does is all that impressive. I've read the press releases. You can read them, the description. It's some sort of proprietary, payment system, charity, giving, all over the globe, expanding here, expanding there. It's the same crap that it makes your eyes roll over that every other company talks about. And so they got right around $10. And unfortunately, Brandon, you go through the exact same thing the rest of us go through. They got an announcement, they put it out that the company received let's just read the exact press release. From Yahoo. Oh, let's ignore the special dividend. I'm not. Now, the one thing that does give me concern, they had $100,000 convertible debt. To me, that's Jeff Lind all over it. And you don't need more than $100,000 convertible debt to destroy a stock in the American markets. But anyway, they bought that in. But here's right when the stock was $10. February 18th, GiveBucks signs a letter of intent for $100 million capital infusion for acquisitions to develop international payment platform and to expand operations in North America and the UAE. Announced today that it signed a letter of intent with Intelligence Investment Holding Limited, an investment firm based in Abu Dhabi, for $100 million capital infusion. The funding will be used for acquisitions to execute its internal user acquisition strategy and to accelerate the development of its international payment system. Under the terms, they plan to establish a joint venture 50% of a UAE-based revenue generated, with each party sharing 50% of a UAE-based revenue generated through the GiveBucks payment platform. The LOI is intended to constitute a binding agreement, which will be detailed in a definitive agreement as GiveBucks strategically pursues acquisitions to strengthen its assets and market position while enhancing its global transaction efficiency and financial accessibility. Blah, 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 blah. Securing this LOI for a 100 million capital commitment is testament. Great. And then it goes on and regales you on how great the growth is in the e-payment sector, which has absolutely nothing specifically to do with the company, but it is a big market. They're projecting that global e-commerce sales will reach $8 trillion by 2027, which is 4 times what it is 10 years in a decade. And the e-commerce payment market size is valued at 60 billion today, and it's expected to go to 140 billion at the turn of the decade. So they go through that. All right, so Brandon. Today is February 27th. It's, I don't know, 10 days later. There's a weekend in there. So what is in that headline? GiveBucks signs a letter of intent. LOI. So the computers are set up all around the globe, primarily offshore. As soon as the computers read letter of intent, they check a box. Then it says 100 million capital infusion. That checks a box because this is a tiny company and the computer has been designed to sell because they're going to bring in 100 million in capital. So they're going to do a raise. So let's start selling the stock down. We'll be part, whichever investment bank does the raise, they're going to call us. So let's start selling the stock downward so they do the raise at a lower price, and we'll have some money to put in there. We'll get warrants. We'll book a profit. So the computer's set up. Number one, letter of intent. Let's start selling. 100 million capital infusion. Let's start selling. Acquisitions. The computer doesn't know that it says 4 acquisitions. It just says acquisitions. Let's start selling. So the computers set up automatically around Wall Street, start selling. Well, we can only buy once. I mean, I admitted to you, I bought a small position, so tiny, it's embarrassing. Didn't have any more money to buy. So we, as a group, bought all we could. But I don't think in the case of GiveBucks, it's we who drove the stock up. Somebody else was buying. And my guess is it was, in fact, pressure coming from prime brokers and elsewhere. And these guys were scrambling. So I think the buying was bigger, to my eye, than retail. bigger than, hey, let's all buy it together and we'll see if we can trigger the buy-in. I think the buy-in was happening, and I would give it still. I'm going to give you a caveat, but I come down that buying is going to come back in here because I think the shorts are in trouble in GiveBucks. And I think GiveBucks gives us a chance to see what a short squeeze is like. But as I've said to you, I don't think you should have a big position in it because it's going to be volatile. And in my case, I paid 8. That's the riskiest time to get in it, which I'm not going to talk about tonight. But one of the reasons I want you to buy Railtown now, and I can't give financial advice, one of the reasons I want you to buy silver now, I can't give financial advice, is by the time you do buy, Railtown will be $3, silver will be $100. That's riskier then. It's going to be volatile. And then let's say you buy Railtown at $1.20 and maybe the sellers come in and drive it down to 80 cents. You're going to be going, oh my gosh, what's going on with Railtown? But if you buy it now at 30 cents, it goes to $1.20, they sell it down to 80, you're going to still be feeling like a champ. Same with silver. If you buy silver here at $40, it goes to 120, they sell it down to 60, you're going to feel fine. But if you pay 80, that goes to 120, they sell it down to 60, you're going to be going, what's wrong with silver? But anyway, you'll do what you do on those ideas. So GiveBucks in the headline has, at least to my eyes, 3 things that will cause computers to start selling what? Stock that doesn't exist, stock they don't own, stock they don't borrow, stock they don't locate, and stock they don't deliver. Why? Because in broad sense, if these criminals do it across every stock that goes up, they're not going to lose overall. And when most of these companies seek to raise money, they can participate. So what they do, they take money out of thin air, selling the stock down. They can use that money to participate. 3, it says acquisition. They can destroy the acquisition, in most cases, by destroying the share price. Then the acquisition never happens. They can then close their position through methods that hide it, and book a profit. So it's the perfect crime. And make no mistake, the crime should be called a DINA, or the goober, or the cook, or the Cromwell. So that's where the selling came in GBucks. Now, Ham came on today and said the real short was, I forget, 34,000 shares. And they drove the stock down, and he saw a cross of 34,000 shares. Correctly, he points out there is no way in hell that there just happened to be a buyer in this thinly traded stock for 34,000 shares, and there just happened to be a seller for 34,000 shares. The DINA, the goober, the Cromwell, the cook, sting operation involves that. It's collusion, it's manipulation, it's spoofing, So what happened there, Brandon? The stock was $10. Somebody's in a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, the company put out a press release, and I think very naively thought that was good. But they had no choice. That's the thing. The company has no choice. They have to disclose. And lawyers write this crap. They have to disclose. Letter of intent. That's not final. Even though inside it says it is intended to be binding, the headline says letter of intent. That's not final. So the criminals know if they short it down, they can busticate the deal. It says 100 million capital infusion. The computer doesn't know. The criminals know if they drive the stock price down, they can busticate the deal. Or they can participate with money they created out of thin air in the offering, booking a massive profit. What do they see as their risk? They bankrupt the company. They sell or box the company. Adina Friedman does not care about female investors in the United States. Women own the majority of investable assets in the United States, and Adina Friedman does not care. Ann Wagner doesn't care. They are sexists. They're misogynists. So anyway, when the stock was at $10, ostensibly on the 2 million, the criminals are down, we don't know for sure, they're down $16 million. They don't have any money, they're in trouble. Somewhat fortuitously, the company comes out with this, which I think got some of the selling going. But I think the selling is automatic, and CEOs can't, there's no way they can get around it. The computers build this in, and the criminals know that the longs can only buy so much. They know the longs will come on, what's the update? There is no effing update. None. The company cannot tell me, I don't talk to the company, but the company can't tell me information they won't tell you. So the only update is going to come in a news release. Well, the criminals set up their computers to sell stock that doesn't exist. Because remember, Adina Friedman doesn't care about women as investors in the United States. Ann Wagner does not care about women as investors in the United States. So the selling comes in, that stops it for a while. And they can tell their margin clerk, hey, the stock's down 20%. It's okay. Well, then what they do is they call in their buddies and say, could you borrow the stock, because they don't have the ability, and sell it down, which the buddies did. Ham explained how, and I don't know if it's true that it happened, because there's not going to be any proof. But Ham saw the crossing of the 34,000 shares, and it's possible it happened this way. It's what Ham says he believes happened. The real short drove the stock down maybe to 450. I don't know where the cross happened. 350. Let's say $4. The criminals who were short the stock bought it from him at $4. He sold it down from 10, 34,000. I don't know. I can't do the arithmetic. You know, he made, oh God, I wish I could do it in my head. 34,000 shares times $6. They made $200,000 doing that. So the real short helped out the criminals with their margin call. The real short booked $200,000 in profit. The criminals are telling him, keep it. That's yours. 200 grand. Now the criminal has a new short position, naked, of 34,000. Remember, Adina Friedman, Goober Gensler, Robert Cook, Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell do not require location, borrowing, ownership, or delivery if you sell shares in North American securities markets. They don't require it. So the criminals sold 34,000 shares to the real short, I don't know, at $4. So they're still in trouble. They brought in that cash, and so far their scheme is working. Now you're going to say, well, how did they do that if they have margin problems at their firm? They have a lying lawyer who set up the parameters at another broker-dealer under a different LLC. So that's what they did. And they'll walk away from that if they have to. But what they're going to try to do now is do that game again. They're going to try to sell it down. And then when it's $2, you'll come on and say, update. So what G-Bucks is a belief that there's a short seller caught, and there's going to be a squeeze. Now, I just read to you the news. The one thing in this news, the LOI is intended to constitute a binding agreement. That seems pretty solid, but I wouldn't say that's necessarily binding. And then you read down here, they're going to give the $100 million. Oh gosh, I can't find it now. Here it is. Under the terms of the agreement, GiveBucks and the fund, which is called Intelligent Investment Holding, are going to establish a joint venture with each party sharing 50% of the revenue based out of UAE anyway, of the GiveBucks payment platform. Now, they don't say that here, Brandon. So we have no choice but to wait and see what the final documents say. But taken at face value, what that tells you is there's going to be no dilution in the shares of GiveBucks. So the premise of the computers, the criminals, is if they drive the stock price down, they'll busticate the deal. That's an upstate New York expression. Adams, New York. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case here, because this $100 million, it does say infusion. So I can see it's not clear. It's not clear in this document. I can see where that money could be going directly in the company and could be dilutive. But if you read that sentence, the revenue is going to be split 50-50 through a joint venture. So the 100 million could be directed to establish that joint venture. We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. Now, it does not say that the 100 million capital infusion is going to be equity. And if I were give bucks, I don't think I would give out equity when they first started talking about this. I might do it at 10 bucks or at 4 bucks. I don't know. We'll have to find out. It's just, that's something the shorts count on, and the company can't say it until the deal's done. It's this crime is beautiful as long as you're dishonest, and as long as Adina is worried about her fingernails instead of her hard work. And that goes to Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell as well, where you go to his website, everybody's smiling. What the hell are they smiling about? The people that run the over-the-counter company market. They should wipe the smiles off their face. So anyway, that's what's going on with G-Bucks. The stock is down essentially 60%, 55%. It's manipulated. There's shorting going on. They apparently cross stock. They've got their buddies getting it down. So are the shorts out of the trouble? Are the shorts going to be able to drive G-Bucks down to a buck, down to 50 cents? Yeah, the short answer is yeah, sure. Maybe they can. But I think you've got a situation where they're bringing in, it says the LOI is intended to constitute a binding agreement, which will be detailed in a definitive agreement as GiveBuck strategically pursues acquisitions to strengthen its assets. So that's interesting. It means to me the 100 million isn't going to come in and dilute the company all to heck. It's going to come in, and my guess is they'll use this 50-50 as a basis. So the money will come in as value comes in as well. But anyway, all of that is too speculative for a computer. And frankly, it makes my head hurt because I can't figure out all there's not enough information. So what does it boil down for you, Brandon? Oh my gosh, the stock was 10. It's I don't even know what it is. It's 450. So it's down 55%. It's got to be broken. Everything's the shorts are going to win. Okay, that could be. That could be. If I had money, I would buy more because I think the stock, that the criminals are still short the stock. I think they're short more stock. Of course, they put out that dividend, and that'll make them short more. I just ignore that. the offset is that stupid convertible note. But I think the effectiveness of that short selling against that now is probably greatly reduced. So you've got a company who has an LOI, a letter of intent, which isn't finalized yet, but it says it's intended to be definitive, but it's not. So the money's coming, it's not there for sure. So your question is it going to come? Is there anything the shorts can do to give bucks so that give bucks changes their mind about accepting $100 million from Abu Dhabi? Is there anything the shorts can do that can cause Abu Dhabi to not want to give $100 million to give bucks? I'd have to say, based on what I just read in that news story, that there isn't anything that this stock price action, I don't think it's going to change the commitment of the CEO of GiveBucks to work with Abu Dhabi. I don't think it's going to change the commitment of Abu Dhabi to work with GiveBucks. There's nothing I read there that one of the methods that the criminals use is if a CEO agrees to be bought out by the acquiring company, let's make it up at $10 a share. And once that's announced, as it must be that it's in preliminary stages, the criminals start shorting the stock to bring in money so they can participate in the deal. But they're also trying to bust the deal, so the stock goes to bankruptcy. So it's a beautiful crime. It's one that is abetted by Adina Friedman. It is abetted by Charles Cromwell. It is abetted by Robert Cook. It is abetted by Gary Gensler and Virginia Countrywide. So it's the market you're in. And it works. I'd say it works every single time. Not this time, though, I don't think. I think I have friends, I have a very good friend out of Abu Dhabi who actually works at the biggest, anyway, I'll leave it vague. I don't want to, I'm not trying to brag, and I don't want to identify him. So, but I've known him for years, and I know how it works. They're not going to give they're not going to allow this announcement to go out unless they're serious. They're not, whatever's on their mind isn't going to be affected by the short seller changing the stock price. It's just, to me, it's a sign that the short seller has one weapon, which he's using, but I don't think it's going to work in this case. Now, you can disagree with me, but the only reason for the short seller to sell this off this way is to break up the transaction. I don't see anything here that whether the stock is $10, $4.50, or $1.50, I see nothing here that this arrangement is going to be broken. I don't see it. So I think you have a criminal trapped in GiveBucks. In a company, I have no idea how they're going to make their revenues or grow or anything. But you have a company ostensibly, according to this, that's going to bring in value for value at the level of $100 million. Ham said it could be more. And I don't think they're going to put their money in a money market. So I think the shorts are trapped. So then, well, why is the stock 450? Well, we bought all we could. I think the system that the shorts use, I don't think this is a pair of broke shorts out of Boca Raton. I think it's part of a network. And they know if they just keep the pressure down, they'll eventually win. And I think the margin clerks, the broker dealers, the exchanges, the regulators, the DTC, the lawyers, everybody's on the side of Goldman Sachs and Steve Cohen and Ken Griffin. So it's a protected activity. So the question is, will they allow this to go back to $1 or 50 cents or whatever? Maybe. Will they not buy in the short position? I think probably not if the stock price goes down, because the criminals will move the transactions. The fail to deliver is allowed to be met by new fails to deliver, if that makes sense. If their first LLC sells the stock, fails to deliver, and the company asks for delivery, they can sell new stock that doesn't exist in another LLC to meet that. In other words, by selling it, they buy that original position and it closes it out. Again, under Adina's sloppiness, because it makes money for everybody. So I think if they get the stock price down to $1.50 or $1, yeah, they might be able to do that. So that's right now, that's the risk. At 450, can the criminals buy enough time from whomever was buying them in and asking for more collateral? Can they buy enough time to get the stock back down to $1 so that everybody can look the other way again? Or is at 450, remember on the way up, 450 was a pressure point that was causing buy-in pressure, for lack of a better word. So now, why is 450 a safe harbor? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But I have to look at both sides. They could get the stock down to $1, $1.50, and maybe everyone chooses to ignore it. My guess is, and it's purely a guess, that 450 is still a big, big problem for the shorts. They're down $2.50 per share on 2 million shares. Still a big problem. Now, the other actor here is somebody who has promised to give $100 million if the documents are drawn up correctly and the acquisitions are correct and all that. So I suppose there's a chance it's a bullshit announcement and they're lying and they got somebody it's a gimmick. That's possible. But I'm going to take it at face value because I think Abu Dhabi is a pretty serious place. So I'll just throw out to you. There are things, if somebody has 100 million, they probably have 200 million, 300 million. There are things they can do to get this stock price up. I don't know, this money could come in as an honest, plain vanilla convertible note. which would have to be counted in a fully diluted cap table, of course. But the agreement might be, I have no idea, but the agreement might be, we'll give you a convertible note and we'll do this 50-50 split, but we don't want to sell any stock below $20 or some, I don't know. I'm trying to make it up. But there are ways that they can create a financing that doesn't help the criminals. So then ask yourself, do you think the people at Abu Dhabi know about the criminals? Do you think a company that issues a special dividend knows about the criminals? Do you think a company who ostensibly somehow Goldman Sachs is involved? Goldman Sachs is a criminal on one side. On the other side, I guess on the other side of that Chinese wall, they're legitimate. I'm sure Gibson Dunn represents both sides there. But maybe they should call it Janus Sachs instead of Goldman Sachs. But Brandon, I have no idea what the update is. Even with news, the criminals will sell it down. Nothing. My opinion on G-Bucks, the stock went from $10, it's $4.50. My opinion, it is getting to a point where you have to wonder if the shorts have some other trick up their sleeve. So I guess I would give the odds 50-50 that it's going to have a massive squeeze now. I just, maybe they have something. But if I had to pick, I think the stock is going to go back up. And I think it's going to go higher than $10 and perhaps much, much higher. I don't know when. I don't know why. But that's what I think. Every single squeeze play that you can look up, and I studied a bunch of them, they all go up. They have sharp pullbacks, really sharp pullbacks. And then they run again. There's no update. It's just if you buy it, you're in for the roller coaster ride. I wish I had waited to buy instead of buying at $8. If I get money, which I don't have, so it's an empty, I shouldn't make that kind of statement. But I would buy G-Bucks, but I would recognize that there is a risk. The entire system, can I be any more clear? Adina Friedman is in on it. Gary Gensler is in on it. Goldman Sachs is in on it. Stevie Cohen is in on it. Ken Griffin is in on it. Morgan Stanley, that your broker, everybody is in on it, in my judgment. They're all in on it. So I would, the criminals might have a way of destroying G-Bucks. But I don't think G-Bucks went up because of us. I don't think it went up because of Ham. There was some other powerful thing going on. And that's why I thought this is going to go. And I still think it can go. But right now it doesn't look so powerful. And yeah, I'd have to go with a flip of the coin. I'd have to go with a flip of the coin is how I feel about it. 50-50. But my bet is on the 50% that it goes back up, and that it goes back up dramatically, and it goes to new highs. They want you to sell as soon as it goes to 10. They want you to sell as soon as it goes to 12. So you have to steel yourself against that. Your choice is, do you believe there are shorts trapped for 2 million shares? And do you believe that they're going to have to cover? And I think it's hard to say 100% that we can believe that because the system is so corrupt. But the way it behaved on the way up, it was screaming at $1.25, at $1.50, at $2, at $2.50, at $2.75, $3, $3.25, $3.50, $4.25, $4.50, and that's where it is right now. So I've got to come down at 50-50 because I don't know what the whole bloody system can do to queer the deal. But I think because of the momentum, because of the action, because this action right here, if Ham's right about the crossing, it's the act of a short in trouble. But remember, a short in trouble is not Brandon feeling pressure. It's not William feeling pressure. A short in trouble is just it's a problem on their desk. They've got 100 of these, 300 of these. It's just one popping up. It's not, in my opinion, I think Ham disagrees with me. It's not causing a sleepless night at all. But it is real money. The other side doesn't, it's not for free. The other side doesn't want to lose money. This computer I can't show you quickly, but you can look them up. You can look up GME, AMC, Higgly Piggly, Volkswagen, HKD, TOP. You'll just look them all up. Look them just tonight. Go through the internet and find me one squeeze that went from 0 to 1,000 straight up. Find me one. I don't think you will. I think you'll find long periods of time, then activity, and then it's like a heart attack electrocardiogram. And you'll see at one point it goes like a bullet all the way up. It'll collapse. It'll give you one more chance. My read on G-Bucks, you haven't seen the end of it going up. On the other hand, if you think an announcement out of Abu Dhabi is just a gimmick, if you think the upgraded super app is a gimmick, if you think the acquisition 3 weeks ago is a gimmick, if you think the strategic vision that was announced a month ago is a gimmick, if you think the filing of the audited statements was just a gimmick, if you think their plan that's been in place for 8 months is a gimmick, if you think the buyback of the $100,000 convertible note is a gimmick, I think the special dividend's a gimmick, but it can work. It can work. But if you think that's all a gimmick, it's all a way of pump and dumping so that you get screwed and that you bought in and that the system is legitimate and that the procedures in place actually police what's going on, and you think that the shorts are there to cleanse the market so you don't get screwed, and that the shorts really read the business plan, and that the shorts really know what the company's going to do, and therefore 450 is a better price for the stock than $10 or 150. It's way too much analysis, in my opinion, on this stock. The reason I bought the shares is for a short squeeze. How many shares company short squeeze? I'd say 1 in 100. And how many have I caught? Not very many, recently anyway. Fingers seemed to squeeze, GTII seemed to squeeze, but they got punctured. Could they puncture? This got punctured at 10. But you want an update. It's bloody 2 days from when they announced the special dividend. It's 6 days from the $100,000 convertible debt, and it's 9 days from $100 million capital infusion, and you want an update. Well, I just gave you one. That's about as thorough as I can do it. It's about as thorough as I can do it. If I had new money, having said everything I said, I think GiveBucks is a short squeeze candidate, and I would buy the stock for the purposes of trading it for a short squeeze. I don't think I'd buy GiveBucks to become an investor. But the way Ham originally heard the story is that GiveBucks is going to be huge in 2025. Goldman Sachs is involved. The number I remember was closer to 200 million, but there's 100 million there. I don't think you put up 100 million to have the stock go to $4. So it is possible that GBucks will be a stock that becomes investable. But right now, for me, I see the signs that there was a short squeeze going on. Everything that's happened from $10 down, I think still shows that there's a short squeeze. Would I rather have bought the stock at 4 than 8? Yes. But I don't think the pressure has changed. They haven't covered any shares. They covered 34,000 shares, but they created an additional 34,000 shares naked short. So that's my update. Tired of talking about it. Susan, yeah, Ham talked about that today. I don't believe it. I don't believe Alibaba is going to be buying into finger motion. But I think I had heard, I don't know, I guess over the last 10 days or longer, 2 weeks, I had heard that, maybe longer, it might be 3 weeks ago, I had heard that the rumor I heard from many sources was that somebody was going to take a stake in finger motion. Number one, it's a rumor, so I don't trade in rumors unless I have a pretty good sense that there's something there. But I don't feel good about spreading rumors. Secondly, it's not believable to me. I know I could be. That's a big statement, and I could be wrong, of course. But I don't think Alibaba will be buying into Finger. What do they need it for? Ham speculated that because Finger Motion gets the top-up business, which Alibaba was excluded from, one way for Alibaba to get back in that business is to buy into Finger. I don't. 15% of 35 million in revenue annualized. That doesn't really pass the smell test to me. But I tell you who I think, and I came up with it on my own, and I've since seen someone else say it here, and I think on a Twitter, and I'm going to try to look up the name of the company because I don't remember it. Oh gosh, I got OTC markets. They won't have the news. Of course not. They don't have the news. Oh, these headlines. Oh, it's all so slow. Anyway, I don't remember. Finger Motion did a deal in, I can't get it, in October that they announced. I think it was October, where they got an exclusive contract to build out rescue vehicles and emergency response vehicles. These are SUVs, trucks, cars, drones, maybe little aircraft other than drones, I don't know. But the first contract was for 2 vehicles. And in the press release, I can't get it. I think the company that produced the vehicles was something like DAIC or SAIC Motors. And the contract is exclusive, it said in the press release. The contract is with the local governments, the state governments, and maybe the federal government. The contract is growing. The contract is capital intensive. It has a 90-day lag. And I think the contract is valuable to Finger Motion. But I would think such a contract is very valuable to DAIC or SAIC derivatively. So Finger Motion raised $5 million in December. And I think that money primarily was used, we'll find out. But the most logical thing is after 2 cars were, they call it the C2 program, but the 2 vehicles were bought, fitted, and delivered. And I think the margin is pretty high. There's a 90-day wait for payment from the government. So I think it's reasonable to presume that the company received additional contracts, again, under an exclusive arrangement, it says in the press release, which I can't pull up. So the company needed probably to raise the $5 million to fill out that contract. Now, I have no idea what it cost Finger Motion to finance 2 vehicles in November, but we know it wasn't the most well-heeled, the well liquid of companies. But I have no idea. It's all speculation. So let's say the new contract, I don't know, is it 10 vehicles? I don't know. We'll find out, we hope. For 5 million? Maybe it's 25 vehicles. Well, suddenly that's a significant contract for DAIC. And the conversations go, and we have a new contract we need to fund. Well, we're ready to do it. We can build out the cars, but we need to put it on our planning for when do you want it? Well, we don't have the funding. When are you going to have the funding? Well, we don't know. The first two we haven't been paid for yet, but these 25 we're delivering next month, and it'll be 90 days. And so we don't know. We're in negotiations to raise capital. What do you think, Susan, might be a logical outcome of such discussions? I think it's much more plausible that the senior people at SAIC Motors, or whatever it's called, start talking amongst themselves and say, you know, this is a pretty good contract here. We could sell 100 vehicles, or you know, by June, we might be able to sell 300, 500 vehicles this year. But I'm making the numbers up, but over the next 5 years, we might be able to sell 20,000, 25,000 vehicles. I don't know, I'm making it up. But the only way we're going to maintain access to that contract, or that we know of, because there's other vehicular companies in China, is we've got this arrangement with Finger Motion, and Finger Motion seems to have pretty good source of capital, but they're just starting up with our contracts, and there's a lag of 90 days to get paid, and the exclusive contract is growing. Why don't we take a stake in Finger Motion? And why don't we use our balance sheet to finance these automobiles? So instead of demanding cash for each of these automobiles as the company starts rolling revenue at much bigger levels, and once they get into the 90-day pattern, it'll become self-financing. But right now, they need that jump up to where it becomes a perpetual motion machine that is self-financing. Why don't we take equity in the company instead of asking for capital? Why don't we take a stake in Finger Motion? Because it's good for us too. We're going to have a customer for the next 20 years, and the production of vehicles could expand quite a bit. Anyway, Susan, I think, and that I came up with it on my own, although I've seen others here, I think it's SAIC. I think if any company were to buy in right now to Finger Motion, I think it'll be the motor company. Watch, it'll end up being Munich Re, and I'll be totally wrong. Doesn't really matter. If it's Alibaba or it's Munich Re, and they come in to buy 15% of the company at a what valuation? At a, well, at a 200 million valuation, that'd be $30 million. That's a lot of squid. So if it's true that somebody's coming in, it's changes everything. But Susan, it's a rumor. I don't know how to tell you whether it's true or not. A guy came on today and said a lot of investors are talking about it, but it's just a rumor. We have to wait. Now, Susan, I really think Finger Motion as a stock to buy, it's $1.20. They just did an offering at $1.50. I believe Roth Capital works for the shorts. And they may or may not do it intentionally, but I think people at the company know exactly what they're doing. So I think they did a shitty financing. They found money right away. I think the money they found probably called them. I don't think they had to call. I don't think they did any sales effort. I don't know for sure, but I think the money called Roth Capital. Why? Because I think it's a short. I think it's one of Jeffrey Lynn's clients calling, saying, hey, you know what? We shorted this stock down from $10. Let's take our profits. Let's book it by year end. We can pay each other a bonus. Let me call into Roth Capital. I know somebody there. Which family office should we pretend to be? Why don't we be the EIEIO family office? And we'll call in and we'll say we'll give them $6 million. And so they called in. Roth Capital did the paperwork. They did jack shit otherwise. The selling went down to $1. I think Roth Capital did a crappy job myself. But that doesn't mean Roth Capital doesn't have good people that work there and doesn't have good investment banking talent outside the side of the firm that works for the criminals and it's just a whore for commission dollars and investment banking dollars from the criminals. The entire U.S. market reflects the integrity of Dina Friedman, Gary Gensler, Robert Cook, and Chuck Cromwell, which means to say there's no integrity in the U.S. financial system, none. So can you blame Roth Capital in that environment for doing business with the crooks? I mean, they got to pay the bills. But anyway, so Finger Motion went down to $1 because Roth Capital did jack shit and the sellers were trying to crush it. But what's amazing about Finger Motion is they didn't take the $5 million because they need to pay salaries and they need to carry a large G&A budget. They took the $5 million to fill out, in my judgment, I mean, it's my assumption, to fill out, maybe expand their minutes, maybe expand their science effort with the insurance companies, but the insurance companies are carrying that cost. I think they took the money to build out more vehicles. And that means that Finger Motion, whether it's this quarter or next quarter or the following quarter, but at some point, Finger Motion is going to cross this profitability divide, and the C2 project is going to become self-funding, and the company will grow. And the weird thing about money growing is if it's growing every quarter, every day, and it's compounding, and you're in a reasonable tax environment, the growth starts really becoming massive, and you get rich. Unless you lose your house and the growth stops. But that's where I think finger motion is. I think finger motion finally is at a price in a risk reward ratio that it justifies not only buying the stock, but doing it soon, but possibly sprucing your purchase up with some call options. I think the call options, you run the risk of losing everything. So I would buy the $1 calls. But I think finger motion, tomorrow, their fourth quarter ends, their year ends. So based on what Martin has said several times, they could be profitable in the fourth quarter. Look, don't get stuck on that magic. If it's profitable, it'll be 3 cents a share. And what is that different if it ends up losing 2 cents a share? But just that he talks about that it has the ability to turn profitable in the fourth quarter, that means that we have to study the earnings release, the press release, April 15th, for clues and information turning profitable in the fourth quarter is not going to be a static event. We have to see, what does that mean for the first quarter and the second quarter and the third quarter and fourth quarter of this new year? And just, I'm a broken book on that. If they can show Wall Street and investors and analysts that their customer book is such that their revenues, their cash flow, and their earnings are growing, are repeatable, and are predictable, you got a whole different story. And that's what I'm excited about for their information in the fourth quarter. The other thing finger motion really sorely needs to do is have an identity. If I ask you, what does McDonald's do? Well, they sell salads and they sell hairspray as ice cream, and they're getting into coffee, breakfast. No, you say they sell hamburgers. What does Ford Motor do? They sell cars. Hello?
Hi, William.
Yes. Get 2 more dogs? Who? Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. 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 I'll do it. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I will. All right. Bye. Oh, God. Anyway, Susan, I think a lot of good things are going to start happening if they've turned the corner. Research, buying, and finally, you're going to have a company that has predictable growth. Maybe. I would love it if you could describe Finger Motion as a emergency vehicle fabricator. Or what does Finger Motion do? They're a reseller of insurance in the world's largest economy. If they got an identity, that would be a big help. We're not there yet, but we could be there soon. Those two things going to change everything. The risk continues to be, there's two risks in Finger Motion that stand out most of all. One is they need more capital, and two is China. And I suppose execution risk, they could screw up. And to the extent that Roth Capital is just a front for short sellers, whether they know it or not, the whole market is corrupt. There's no integrity anywhere. But I'm really optimistic, Susan, for Finger Motion to finally be, and in fairness to Finger, I think a lot of the interruption was the whatever, I don't know what you call it, but that whole pandemic crap. Anyway, I think I think Finger Motion's at the right price for an entry point or a buy point. The risk reward is great, and I think Finger Motion's at a perfect price point. Let me put it that way. And I don't think you have to wait that long for good news whether or not Alibaba is buying 15% of the company. I don't believe the Alibaba. I don't buy the Alibaba crap. That's just rumors. I think it's more logical that SAIC is buying, or maybe the government is giving them a big contract and financing it. I don't know. Anyway, we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, Ham talked. I like, you're a nice guy. I am almost London. You're a nice guy. Yeah, words. It's only words, and words are all I have to share my love with you. Thank you for your kindness. I always get off these calls, particularly when I lose it, and when I'm not, I lose my cool. Like last night, I was ill at ease for most of the night, and then I didn't sleep well. So I sometimes wonder. I wonder about my sanity. Why is the market selling off so hard and doesn't look safe? I didn't notice that it sold off that much. I think it's more accurate to say that the market stopped going up like a banshee. But I think it's a decent question, Michael. What's going on with the market? A lot of people are calling for a crash. It's in a lot of headlines. Oh, this is going down. It's possible. Look. I don't think it's the stock market that you should focus on for risk right now. I think it's the bond market. And this woman, God, what's her name? I can see her. Janet Yellen. For some percent. I would have tried to take $10 trillion of our debt and essentially inoculated it for future generations. You don't have to pay it for 50 years, and the cost of carry 0.5% or 0. But she didn't do that. And this is where sometimes I really wonder about people. What are they thinking? Are they promoted too quickly? Because this year, we have $7 trillion to roll over. And interest rates are now much higher than they were then. I don't know if I wrote it down, Michael. Let me just quickly see if I did. I'll give you the number anyway from my memory. I didn't write it down. So let me just give it. I'll give it to you from my memory. It could be wrong. But I heard that foreign investment in the U.S. stock market is in the range of $36 trillion, give or take. Trillion with a T. I heard further that worldwide, and I forget how it was described, but further that in reserves and in currency, in dollars worldwide, there's $80 I think it was the six as well, 86 trillion. Maybe it was 33 trillion and 86 trillion. Anyway, together, foreigners hold over 100, from this guy I was listening to, older guy, 100 trillion US dollars. Well, I think under Trump and under almost all scenarios, I think the US dollar is still going to remain the preferred paper asset out there. However, if the bond market gets out of whack, but a completely different number I heard, and maybe it's right here. It might be right here. Let me see. Maybe it's right here. Maybe it's back here. It's so hard to, when you have a brain like mine, it's hard to remember where you saw things. Unemployment, inflation. Anyway, another number I saw, I'll try to get it for tomorrow so I can prove it to you, is that this year we need to roll over 7 trillion, but over the next 2 years, a little over 2 years, that we have to roll over $26 trillion worth of debt. I don't know how to prove that. That's combined with raising new money, the 7 trillion. Anyway, my point is, Michael, if the world loses confidence in the bond market, not just our bond market, worldwide bond market, we're all toast. We're all toast. The number one underpinning of debt, consumer credit, mortgage credit, corporate credit, government credit, the number one assumption is that the economy grows, which, by the way, in a closed system is impossible. It's impossible in a closed system for something to grow forever. So that's where I think modern economics is wacko. The planet is a closed system. So we can't be that British green shade, count every tuppence type planet. There's no more continents to destroy. There's no more oysters to kill. There's no more forests to slaughter. There's no more buffalo. Whales, by definition, but that's a whole different argument. It's a whole different argument. And I'm too tired to go through it. But the predicate for all these brainiacs on their desks with their hot chicks and their babies and their best schools and their travel and their entitlement and their cars and their getaways and their ski vacations to Stadt and their summers on the Hamptons, and all of this is growth. And the biggest part of Wall Street is the debt market, and it's true worldwide too, the debt markets. Although I heard, you guys won't believe this. Do you know what our debt, our reported debt to our GDP is? And that's, our GDP is inflated by government spending, by the way. But let's just take the number. It's roughly 125%, 130%. It hasn't been that high since World War II. I've seen numbers where it's calculated higher. It's really bad. You know what Russia's is? Russia, the economy that Barack Obama in his arrogance called a gas station, a country, it's just a gas station with nuclear weapons. And then Victoria Nuland and Hillary and Anthony Blinken and Samantha Power and Jake Sullivan put sanctions on to bring it to its knees in our arrogance. Do you know what Russia's debt to Russia's GDP is? It's 20%. 20%. Anyway, so anyway, Michael, the key thing about the bond market is the bond market has to believe that it's going to get paid back, or that the debt's going to get rolled over. So the issue is growth. The other issue is inflation. And I suppose the other issue, it's redundant, but it's the strength of the dollar, the currency. It's redundant to inflation. So the two estimates, or the two assumptions, which are the foundation of all of this, are that the Fed controls interest rates, which is totally untrue. The Fed does not control interest rates. The Fed controls the overnight. My mind's not working. The overnight. Anyway, there's a term for it. It's just totally escaped my brain. They control the discount window. That's what they control. Otherwise, they don't control anything. They also can expand their balance sheet so they can go in the market with others and buy. So that helps. But if the world, or if the bond market gives up, you could see interest rates, 10-year and long-term interest rates, particularly if we have to refinance all this debt, you could see, for me, they talk about the 10-year at 4% or 5% as if that's high. I remember my first property I bought, it was an adjustable rate, and the rate, if I hadn't refinanced, which I did refinance, but if I didn't refinance over a 5-year period, the maximum would be a mortgage of 16.5%. Started out at 11.5%. I ended up refinancing, and then I had to sell the place because it didn't appreciate. I wish I had hung on to it. But my point is, mortgages could go to 10, 15, bonds can go to 20%. So be worried about the bond market, because if that rolls over, the stock market's toast. The other assumption that the world does all this on is that, just to put it in the starkest terms, is that when we need more oil, Saudi Arabia can produce it. And it's just not true. It's just not true. I won't go into all the details on it, but there will come a time when the bond market gets spooked by the fact that the world doesn't have enough oil, cheap oil, cheap oil. Unless our population declines quickly, which I suppose could happen. Anyway, so Michael, I don't think the selling in the market is bad right now. I think the selling in the market is going to set up another rally in the stock market. I still believe you're going to see much higher prices in everything. Everything. I might change my mind, but right now that's what I see. There's a lot of liquidity, although I've read that there's some problem on liquidity. I don't know what it is. I bought a book on the repo market from Amazon, and when I opened it up, it was the cover was about repos, and inside was some woman talking about how you write down your goals and imagine it, you'll get it. And I was like, wait a minute, I got robbed. But maybe it's in the repo market that there is some sort of liquidity issue. But I think there'll be a lot of liquidity, and I think the stock market's going to head back up after this pause. So that's my view. My nose is itching. I don't know why. Yeah, I've wanted to leave. Your average is 307 and you have a big... Now's not the time to do it, Susan, but I think if you've held finger for a long time, there were chances to sell calls against the position. But that's easy to say in retrospect. That time will come again. There'll come a chance to strategically bring in premium with calls, but it's not now. I think Finger Motion has a really good chance to go to your average price. I even think it has a chance to double your average price, Susan. I think it could go to $3, $4, $5, $6 with the proper news and research reports. And, you know, what you mentioned, what I keep hearing from people has such a big quality to it that, you know, that would fit if it is, like you say, Alibaba, which I just can't believe it. But if it is something like that, that fulfills the definition to me of a surprise. And if it's something like that out of left field that's big and is a surprise, you could see a real run in Finger caused by the failure to delivers having to cover. So it's possible. That's a true statement. Nobody's ever going to get the bottom on anything. I'm just trying to think through. I really feel like Railtown is one to add to now, right now. I think Finger is one that I think you might have a week or two, 3 weeks. But man, I never expected, Susan, I never expected that such a rumor would be shared over my live. So the problem is that kind of story can gain its own speed and fire and currency. So you might not have that long to buy into Finger. And then I want to make some phone calls about NIXX. I'm going to go 50-50 on NIXX too, just like I'm 50. Maybe I'll go 60-40 on G-Bucks and 50-50 on NIXX. But I think both G-Bucks and NIXX, for me anyway, as I watch them, are squeeze play trades. Do I really want them to become investments as well? Defining an investment, I know that's greedy. Defining an investment as a 6-month hold, that's really short. That's really short. Most people make investments for a much longer term than that. And if you're young, if you can start making investments and thinking in 5-year, 10-year, 20-year terms, you're gonna be better off than constantly trying to accelerate your returns on a weekly, monthly basis. It's hard for you to know when you're young. I can't speak for you, of course. I can only speak for myself. But it's hard to believe you're ever going to be my age. It really is. But it happens. It happens. And when, by the time you're older, that opportunity, for example, I mean, nobody wants to do what I would do. But if I were young right now, and I don't think there's a lot of time left, unfortunately, but I think I would buy as much silver as I could. I'd try to make sure that my income is ahead of my outgo in all scenarios. I think we're going into a period where a lot of the assumptions people have made over the last 2 or 3 decades are not going to be very good ones to keep. So I think I would try to find a second source of income or a third source of income. I probably, if there's a bunch of crappy crap that I'm hanging on to, which you probably value, but I would try to convert a lot of things into silver. Like if I had an extra, I don't know. If I had a third car I don't need, I might sell that to buy silver. If I had a piece of property which is not really core to my future, I might sell that for silver. If I had anything I could do quickly, a guitar I don't use anymore. Anyway, I would build up my silver. I'd build up my income. I'd make sure if I'm young, I'd make sure that I'm in good health and I'm there's this big thing about working out to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That wasn't around so much when I was young. I don't think you have to do that. You can if you're good at it, but stay in shape, basically, stay in shape. And it'd be great if you can find somebody to share a life with. I know that's harder now. It's very difficult. The messages are so screwy. But when silver runs, and I think it's going to be a multi-year run. I don't think it's going to be over like one of these stocks. But when silver goes, gold, platinum, your other assets, and as a young person, I think, and there's a couple of things that's hard to factor in, like population growth, and whether you should do it in the United States or maybe go to Singapore or Malaysia or Maui. The economic engine of the world is changing, but I think if you could learn after silver runs, during the time that you're building your silver position and you're thinking about it, think of a business or an asset that you know about, but it might be just as simple as buying a property in Ann Arbor near campus, or buying a farm, or buying a apartment building, or you might be able to buy an office building, but just start generating income and live within that income. Even if you have a small mortgage, the 15 years will run out, but that income will change your standing as a person in life. You can then essentially be wealthy, but you can be independent by having an income, and it makes you stand out against everybody else out there. But anyway. GDC, HOLO, GTII, MMTLP, both not trading essentially. I don't know anything about HOLO. Fun. We'll have fun till your daddy takes the T-bird away. And NIXX. Michael Holmes has advice for me. You need to get your life together and find God in your life and see a therapist. And you ain't. Thank you for your support, and you're not talking about anything. Have a blessed day, and God bless you. A lot of mixed messages there. I don't know about the therapist. I've tried that before, and it's nightmare city. I think the best thing about a therapist is if you're in the fray of life and something's keeping you off, you can get through your days working hard and doing things by telling when those thoughts come, whatever it is. I'm not going to think about it right now. I'm going to think about it when I go to see my therapist. Other than that, I'm not sure how good they really are. That's like that scene in Annie Hall when she gives him a ride and he gets out of the car. She says, "Would you like to come upstairs and he says, "Sure." So I guess first she parks and he opens the door and he says, "That's all right, I'll walk to the curb from here." And then she invites him up. But anyway, he says, "All I've got is my therapist meeting at 4:30 or whatever, psychiatrist meeting." "Oh, you're seeing a therapist?" He says something like, "Oh yeah, I've been seeing one for 20 years. And then there's a pause for comedic effect. And he says, yeah, we're starting to make some real progress. But I like your idea about God. You're right about that. My life is not together, but I'm doing my best. I lost my dog. I'd say that's the thing I've been dealing with the most the last bit of time is. But I'm not complaining. Everybody goes through it, but that's that. And then what else? I'm not talking about anything. I agree with you. I wasn't talking about anything. I'm a Jen. I don't know about that. Holo is the, okay, Holo looks like it. All right. Your kitty howls. Poor girl. All right, I'd like to see what Middle Ground says. Tomorrow is court day for GTII. Looking forward to working with John. For the receiver. Okay, so John Foster and University. Yeah, I've heard good things about John Foster. That's good to hear. This is moving around a lot. You saw Goldman when it was $10 a share. Unbelievable. I remember Bank of America at $10. I remember what's now Morgan Stanley at I think it was in the teens. Merrill was cheaper, but I remember Merrill at 32. Anyway, they've all done well. Well, I remember having a chance to buy Bitcoin under $1 for, I could have, at the time, I could have put 400 grand in it. I never would have, 400 or 500 grand. I never would have done that. But I could have put, very easily could have put, 25 grand, 50 grand, 40 grand. Lucky died. He died about I don't want to look it up. He might have died 4 weeks ago, but I think it was 3 weeks ago. Anyway, Lucky died. And I don't know why, but I've been missing him a lot, particularly when the other day, 2 days ago, I went and had coffee at this place that's outdoors that we used to go, he and I used to go to all the time. And I can just remember how happy he would be to drink water, then how happy he'd be to flirt with the girls, and then sometimes meet a dog. But usually after he met the dog, he'd be okay, standing away. But he would wait for me while I'd go in for coffee, and then I'd sit there. He was just such a great dog. He was such a great guy. And then the other thing, today I was walking, and Lucky and I used to walk and walk and walk. And when he got older, we stopped doing that. But man, we walked 5-10 miles a day. And he made it so fun. He just enjoyed every bit of it. He was a good guy. 2 weeks ago, I guess. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, my sister says I gave him a great life. But when I lost my house, it was a shock, and our life constricted quite a bit. Although I made sure I filled his life with new places and people, but all that. But my house was always full of people, and he loved that. He loved having people, but that changed. So I think in that sense, I didn't give him the best life. I think he got bored a little bit at the end, but I did the best I could. And I could have had his teeth cleaned more. I know I could have done that. Little louder, sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that. I should have done more videos of him. Thank you. I'm pretty good at toughing it out. It's just, I don't know how to describe it. It hasn't been perfect. Hasn't been perfect, but it's all right. I'm just really glad to have had him. I do miss him though. I do miss him. Anyway, so I might sign off just because I'm tired. It's 8:00. I do want to ask all of you something. Speaking about God, I remember that I went for confession and the priest asked me to pray for peace. Let's pray for peace. I also would like to pray for Jenny L, who came on here a couple of times, but I pray for her and her family, and I pray for, I'll keep that to myself, but if you guys could pray for Jenny L. And there's others out there, I know, but I'd like to pray, if you guys each can just think about it tonight, to pray for Robert W., RW, who's on here. Just pray for him tonight, RW, Robert W. Let me look at that. $296. Oh gosh. Mullen is just destroyed. Oh. I don't know. It's very hard to read here, but I think Mullen at a high, it's hard to read, but could it be 100 million a share? I mean, on this chart, I can see 25 million. I think Mullen's high was 100 million a share. So you're now down at 296. CB, I don't know what you paid for Mullen. So if you bought it and you never sold it and you're hoping for recovery, there's no way in hell there's going to be recovery there, depending on what price you paid. I mean, if you paid $30 or $100, something like that, normally I would say that's not possible. But could Mullen do a route like Ham talks about, and it gains momentum and there's a covering? I guess, I suppose. But I don't know if you just heard me. I think the high, it's very hard to read on this small screen. I think the high is $100 million a share. What happens, and I call her out and I call out the rest of them because it's absolutely unfair. Adina Friedman gets a lot of my ire because she has destroyed. Of course, it's not her all by herself. She just doesn't have the courage to stand up to everybody. But the NASDAQ used to be a fine exchange. Fine. Now it's a joke. So you have, I don't know if MULN was ever on NASDAQ, but you get a company like MULN, Donald Trump, who I voted for, and I'm not picking on, but he wants America to be great again. Well, MULN fits that category. But what happened with MULN, of course, you've got a CEO who is caught up with their own vision, his own full on. But he believes that the markets are where he can raise capital. Gary Gensler's a liar, or he's an idiot. But he said in Congress that we have the greatest capital formation markets in the world. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Mullen couldn't raise money. And these companies can't raise money in the markets. What they do is they go to the liars like Jeff Lind, and Jeff Lind gets his clients. The inefficiency of how capital comes to a CEO is incredible. You need these criminals to sell the stock down. Let's just use the recent case, just the recent case of Finger. You need the criminals to sell it down from 270 down to 150 and lower to finance the company. If you had the markets we used to have, even at at 270, call it 250, Finger would have gone to a legitimate bank. They could have raised the $5 million at $250 a share. There'd be an IP secondary. There'd be a prospectus. There'd be a roadshow. They probably put I don't know. It'd probably be expensive. Probably put 30 cents, maybe even I don't know about 50 cents, probably 30 cents a share in it for the brokers, and it get placed. But not now. Now the markets, you've got to have these intermediaries who are criminals. They short it down from 270, do it at 150. That's, if you look at it that way, that's almost half. And by the time he paid the fees, he had to pay 50% to raise capital. And Adina Friedman does not care because she's an idiot. And she's lazy. So this is what happens with MULN. It looks like they were 100 million a share 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, but he had to raise money. I don't remember his product. It was trucks or vehicles or something, but he had to raise money. So he did business with these criminals and they destroy it. If he had a technology left over, it'll go to China or somewhere. But that right there, MULN, is the legacy of Gary Gensler. It's the legacy of Adina Friedman. It's the legacy of Ari, whatever his name is, at Yorkville. It's the legacy, frankly, our own funds do it. So anyway, what I do not think you'll get your money back in MULN. It looks like the stock is trading up. So it might be the wrong time to consider tax loss selling because maybe you can get a run in that stock. But I would give up on it. On the other hand, if there's a story going on and you have new money, it's just there's nothing in that chart that says that stock's going up. But I suppose there could be let me look at a 1-year chart. I mean, it has had a lot of volume. You're right. You're noticing something. 33. It's a lot of volume. But they drove it right down from 12. They must have done a reverse split, and they just stair-stepped it all the way down. I think these guys are closing out positions. Maybe Ham's right. Maybe the whole Wall Street is hustling to get out of these trades. So I don't know what to tell you. There might be a trade in there. That's a catastrophe. MULN is a catastrophe. All right, I gotta sign out because my battery's gonna close. There are better plays out there. There are much better plays. Yeah, it would take, but the buyout, yes, it would take that. Doesn't matter what particular religion we choose. I agree with you. I think prayers do help, believe it or not. And I want to learn more about that. I also think it doesn't matter which one. I agree. I mean, that's not what the religions tell us. But hi, Ocean, TV in bed. Need my phone so I can't chat with you, but I'm listening. Probably the best way. No, you can always chat. I don't. I'm sorry. You know, I sometimes go off on these riffs, and I wish I didn't. And I also wish I always were cool. I do think it's a lot of the changes I've been going through recently, and there's been some stresses. I need to start organizing. I need it to interview people. I'd like maybe tomorrow people can tell me what's going on with MMTLP and with GTII. I'd like to hear more of that. WTOP had commentary. What an idiot it is. I love it. Walter and Scott run free on WTOP. I think we're facing a huge time of consolidation. And no, it was WRC. We are the joy boys of radio. We chase electrons to and fro. We are the joy boys of radio. Something, something on WRC. I think it was WRC. Well, look, this is the big thing that guys like Charlie Payne, I guess he's a good guy. They all do. They question the salaries and the payout. What the hell is the salary of Charlie Payne? That's not the issue, questioning the CEO. The whole outlook is challenge the CEO. And I'm not getting mad at you. I'm not. That's the stock. That has nothing to do with his salary or his expenditures. Nothing. That has to do with the criminals that Charlie Payne is just loath to challenge, because Charlie Payne would lose Charlie Payne's salary. Charlie Payne is telling you what's on Charlie's mind. Charlie doesn't want to lose his salaries or his expense account, but he would if he challenged what happens on Wall Street. I'm sure he's a good guy, but if you have even a modicum of concern, a healthy dose of integrity, and I would say a 10th grade education, you can figure out what's going on Wall Street. WTOP, it was WTOP. Yeah, I knew it was WTOP. We are the joy boys of radio. It's not whether Mishery is a Reichman. Reichman did not. How do I say that? Reichman's actions, to me, were a guy who delayed gratification, not out of goodness, because it doesn't seem like he's a good guy. Maybe he is, I don't know him. But he delayed gratification thinking the stock was going to run, and it went up. But then he, as it all started coming down, he came to take control, and he tried to give him the benefit that he thought he was entitled to. That's what I see. But that's not what killed GTII. It didn't help. Didn't help. I think GTII was only a short squeeze. That's all it was. I don't think it ever had anything. It was just a show. And as I look back on it, I've learned a lot about how the system, it's cold, there is no system like there used to be. So all that awareness of how things used to be, it's a nice story, but it's not that way anymore, obviously. So I thought there was a short squeeze. I believed all that. And it worked for a while. But I even went in front of the law firm to give a video. But the lawyers are in on it. The judges are there. Everybody's in on it. I think Reichman could have done better if he allowed for something to get merged into his company. And I wonder if Reichman worked with the Kramers from the jump. I wonder about that. I don't know. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm not defending Reichman at all. He stole money, it looks like, according to the filings. Of course, I'm sure he's got some loophole that makes him feel okay about it. I don't know. Let me not get lost in talking about him. I don't know anything about it. Yeah, it's the psychology. Is NVOS still alive? I don't. It died? If I could give you, I don't know how old you are, CB, so it may not apply, but I think it's, even if you're my age, and you're not paying attention to things, the thing to buy to not pay attention to is silver. No. All of these are killed, CB. It is a brilliant strategy, and it only works because Adina Friedman is in on it. She is not going to enforce settlement. She is not going to go after Carlyle Group where she comes from. She's just not going to do it. And they're going to blame you. This is crap. These are all, they're all crap. They're all crap. The only way to be in a stock like any of these is to trade out as soon as they rally. And I didn't do that, but I would now. I would do. So that stock looks like it's got the ability to trade up to 32 cents. But it might stop at 15 cents. And it's depressing. I mean, and I'm not picking on people who recommended it or that you bought them. I mean, there's ones out there that I felt strongly about that haven't worked. And I can think of one in particular. Yeah. No, I haven't really been watching their I haven't been watching their things because lots of times when I get off here, I'm just too worn out. And you'd wonder, why would you be worn out? I can't explain that, but I find it sometimes I'm just but no, PJ, I'm not saying that Reichman didn't steal. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the magnitude of that stealing pales in comparison to the stealing that the Kramers and the Kramers' clients and then the Hurries did. The system stole out of, starting with the Kramers. I don't even begin to know what number to give it, but I wouldn't be surprised if the system didn't steal the Kramers, their clients, the Hurries, Alpine. They could have stolen, I'll just give a number, $100 million out of GTII. Now, you could argue that I'm too low and that number should be closer to 200 or 250 million. You could argue that I'm too high and that number might only be 60 million. But that's what I'm talking about, PJ. I'm saying that, like with MULN, for Charlie to turn the attention on expenditures and salary, MULN, they could have taken $1 billion out of that market. It's like Patrick, the redhead, Patrick Burns says, they take the entire market cap. They want it all. I want your blood. I want your soul. And I want it now. So anyway, I'm not saying Reichman didn't do bad things. That's not my point. My point, though, is the real theft was from the short sellers, the criminals. And I really wonder sometimes now, looking back on it, if Reichman wasn't part of the Kramer clack. But I don't know. I don't know. It's sickening. Nothing new about logic. I'll tell you what I heard, and I'll tell you what I think. Third hand. I heard it third hand. I've got to find it. Here. What I heard is what I heard, and I'll relay it because it's not there's nothing about it that is material. But I heard the opinion, which I think is true, and I think I've said it here, but I heard the opinion that the CEO from before Brent Son really isn't that much of the decision making now going on at Logic, which I think is evident by the last news story. So I don't think that's anything earth shaking. But what I did hear, and all I wrote down, is that Brent's opinion, I didn't hear this from Brent, so I have no idea if it's true. I heard it about third hand, fourth hand, but I believe it. I don't think it was bad information. I think Brent believes that Logic can go to 20 to 25 cents, 20 to 25 cents. That makes sense to me, DA, because they doubled, if you'll notice, on the last announcement, they doubled the amount of shares outstanding from, I mean, so my calculation before had been roughly 40 to 60 cents. And I thought I was using a high number of shares, but they doubled it from there. So 20 to 25 cents is a reasonable target if you believe their projections. I don't. I could be wrong though, DA. I have no information that I should be negative, but the company MedLab Essentials, who reversed into Logic, was founded at the same time as the SPAC, Chadron and Aubrey, but Aubrey was the sponsor of the SPAC. This was a strategy to thieve by Aubrey and by Chadron and by the lawyers and by Polar, the hedge fund, and there's another hedge fund as well. I have to go look up the ownership. It was stealing from the start. It was all pre-planned, and it's totally disastrous. I predicted it once I saw the filing. It was very difficult because I had to talk against groupthink. And one of the guys who I think is a good guy, I think he's honest. I think he's, what's the word? A lot of good words coming in my head, but it's not the right word. Anyway, I think, I can't think of the word for it, but I think he works on behalf of everybody that is in the stock and cares about everybody. But I think it's totally wrong, totally wrong. There are no systems in place. Aubrey advisors, in my opinion, with their clients, they get their fee. It's their clients that do it, but they get kickback. Everybody's in on it. I think they took $150 million out of the stock market for the data logic, the deal, whatever it was called. Anyways, the whole Logic deal with the that became Collective Audience. Anyway, the reason I don't believe MedLab Essentials is going to be this great company who is going to take us back to 25 cents is because the company was founded simultaneously with the SPAC. number one. Number two, when I look it up on their website, it's the same crap website that they all have. So I think I personally think MedLab Essentials is the final coup de grace of Aubrey Advisors and Chadron. That's my opinion. And DA, not in value anymore. Not in value anymore, but Logic is my largest holding. I mean, it is my largest holding. So when I say that, I'm not very happy about it. I can't point out to you the other connections I see because it'll just get me in trouble, and because there's no way to express those connections without it coming out wrong, and I don't want it to come out wrong. But I think that MedLab is a fiction, a front, a Potemkin village in order to close out Aubrey Advisors' theft of $150 million in market cap. Now, that's opinion. When I say Aubrey Advisors, they were the sponsor, but Chadron was involved. The lawyers were involved. Polar, who is Aubrey's client, and then some other hedge fund. You gotta spread that all around. But they took a lot of money out of the market. Anyway, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Logic does go to 20 cents or 10 cents or 5 cents. And is it worth selling? Probably not, because this information that I got is not bad information. And because nothing's been announced recently, it's probably better to wait till something's announced so we can actually have information to base our projections on. But I think, my opinion, I think Logic is toast. I think, and like I say, I lost a lot of money in it. Collective Audience is in trouble too, but I think Collective Audience, the CEO, is doing a yeoman's job with the hand he was dealt. But his blind spot is he trusts Aubrey Advisors. I don't. CB, if you can stand it and look at all the money you've lost, make a list, and then maybe sell those stocks. And don't buy any that anybody's talking about, although I think Railtown looks great. But I don't know. If you could buy, I don't know how much you've lost, but if you could buy 100 ounces of silver, cost you $4,000. I think that 100 ounces of silver could someday be worth $100,000. You got to wait. It'll go up. It'll pull down. I don't think you should trade it, but you could try to trade it. I don't think all of that gain one could attribute. Let's say silver goes to it's $40 now. Let's say it goes to 400. I think that move is wealth creation possibly, depending on when it happens. But I think a move from $40 to 10x, maybe more, could be more, will be wealth creation. But at some point, it's just going to be maintaining the purchasing power of what you have. But the reason and I'm too tired to go through the whole pitch, I'll try to do it another time. But the reason I recommend silver, let's take Logic as an example. That CEO, Brent Sun, worked for, I think, 15 years, 12 anyway. It was a company called Wayland, and he worked so hard putting it all together. And he created value. And then he signed a deal with a criminal firm. I invested in it and then lost money and blah, blah, blah. Then it became what other name it was, and it had Lovero, and it had that spinoff, and it blah, blah. So then they did a deal with the Canadian Neo exchange at $3. And he signed up with Ionic. And Ionic's attorneys sent me a letter saying that Ionic never shorts Logic and never shorts any stocks, which is patently, verifiably not accurate. Whether the attorney knew he was making a mistake or not, I don't know. But that financing took Logic from $3 down to, I don't know, 70 cents, then 42 cents. And the guy from the American Exchange would say, oh, no, they're not shorting. They're just trading. It's this and that. Anyway, that was disastrous financing. But in fairness, the first time under Wayland, the second time, how would a CEO know? They did the full-on press. It's just like when I went up to the NASDAQ for Finger. They did the full-on glamorous everything. Adina doesn't care. She was probably gleeful. She's like that empress in Tosca that goes through lovers and kills them in the morning if they can't answer the question. She's so happy to see companies destroyed. So anyway, then Logic got back to work, and they signed up with, my brain's failing me how it exactly went. They broke into two parts, and they were using the assets to do these reverse mergers and all that. Anyway, Logic signed up with Aubrey Advisors to sponsor Data Logic being spun out. It was all a scam run by Aubrey Advisors. Aubrey Advisors, if I were a CEO asked me, I'd tell stay away from Chadron. But then it's the system that Adina and Gary and Robert Cook have in place for us, and Cromwell. It's just as thieves. They're a bunch of thieves. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. But anyway, CB, back to you. If you could write it all down, I think you can make it back in silver. And the reason I brought up logic is there's a guy that worked hard. I think he's honest. I think he really built networks of contacts, built companies, built value. But at the end of the day, that need to say good job and sign, he doesn't have the ability to realize that person across the table is lying at him. And in fairness to him, why would he? Why would he? Why? It's not his job. It's Adina's job. It's Gensler's job. But they lie. And so in the case of silver, you don't have to rely on a CEO. You don't have to rely on where they're going to get their financing from. Gold will do it. Platinum will do it. But I think silver, the number that's historic, which I don't agree with, but you can use it. Gold has pulled back a little bit, which is good. I hope gold pulls back. I hope silver pulls back. It would be good if it did. And I think they'll try to pull them back a little bit because it's on the front pages. But yeah, at $3,000 gold, that's why it's holding back a bit. That's why. Gold is pulled back a tiny bit. And what Wall Street does is they use the averages over the, I don't know, 5 years and maybe longer, as if that is the ratio that silver should trade with gold. Right now, silver trades at I don't know, I'm going to be wrong. About 90 to 1, something like 1 ounce of gold equals 90 ounces of silver. I think the real historic ratio should be closer to 16, like 15 and a half was the pound sterling. But anyway, what a lot of analysts will tell you is that silver should be 60 to 1. 61 is where it usually trades. I think that's totally wrong. But anyway, if you use 60 to 1 and you use $3,000 silver, that's $50 an ounce. So that's why silver is probably hanging back here. But if gold, I'm losing it all. But anyway, if gold is revalued, silver will be revalued with it. You know, CB, don't I don't know the answer, by the way. I don't know the answer, but retiring, I think, is wrong. I was watching George Burns the other night, and they were asking him how he lived so long, and he had a lot of different things he talked about, mostly jokingly. But the one that stuck in my head, well, he also said he doesn't retire. Why should I retire? I love what I do. That's what I think. I think you have to try to find something you love to do and do to get up. He said, every day I want to get up. I want to go do it. But the other thing he said that I remember is he said, get out of bed. Just get out of bed. He said, if you don't get out of bed, you're not going to live long. I don't think you should try to retire because you'll die. Thank you, Christopher. It was tough, but you know what? A lot of people lost dogs. And I walked by a dog yesterday. And there was a nice dog, very handsome. I said, "Oh, well, hey," and the owner said something. And the dog wouldn't, he looked at me, but he wouldn't come to me. And I said, "I didn't do anything," or something. And she said, "What?" I said, "I didn't touch him." She said, "Well, some people touch him." And I'm like, God. Anyway, when I had Lucky, I let anybody say hi to him and be friendly. You were doing fine until you got into penny stocks. Well, CB, I think that's unfair and fair. The pink sheets and penny stocks have always been a disaster area to invest. And if I were still sitting on a desk and you came to me, I wouldn't have you in any. But what's unfair is it's rigged. It's not you. Some of these penny stocks probably were doomed to work, but it's not you. It is an organized destruction of these stocks. MULN had a good viability. MMAT, this guy from the American Stock Exchange is correct. He says, if you are a CEO and you go on the over-the-counter market, and NASDAQ for that matter, but the over-the-counter market, you better have all the capital you need. If you need capital and you go on the over-the-counter market, you're going to be destroyed. If you go to Jeff Lind, if you go to Benchmark, if you go to Yorkville, if you go to any of these groups, you're going to be slaughtered, including Aubrey. They don't care. But if you are willing to work as a CEO, I think you can make things happen. But you got to ignore the market price, and you've got to be willing to raise money from people over the table. You got to go meet them. You cannot go sit in Jeffrey Lynn's office and he says, "I'll give you $5 million." And you go, "Wow, great." You got to read the contract you signed. It's not that hard to figure out. But anyway, CB, I'm sorry. I'll think about it. I think one thing to do is just stop investing in penny stocks. Another thing to do is to find one that you think might work. I would prefer to get into other shares. I was going to go through this today with you, but Ham went on and then I went on. I really like Barrick Gold and Schlumberger, but Jim Rickard's top 5 stocks are International Seaways at $44. It's a tanker. That's a tanker story. I'm sure it'll work, but it's not something I want to delve into, but I bet he's right. Then Marathon Petroleum, and that's a refinery story. And I'm just not, that's $175. I'm sure he's right. It doesn't grab me. But Barrick Gold, GOLD, $23. CB, if you bought Barrick Gold and put that away, I bet you'd make some money, a lot of money back. In this run, that could be double, triple, or more, but that's boring, right? Intel, I like his idea on Intel. I'll tell you what it boils down to. Everybody's into GPUs. I don't know what the hell a GPU is. Graphics processing unit, whatever the hell that is. They are powerful, he says, GPUs, but they're unlikely to replace CPUs. I don't know why. We'll read that later. It's a short thing. I'm not going to go through it. But he thinks Intel's a buy up to $26 a share. Barrick Gold is a buy up to $23 a share. And then his last one is Schlumberger, and he says that's a buy up to 53. And basically, that's a oil service company. So as you drill, baby, drill, you're going to go to the service companies. I'd love to be recommending those kind of stocks. And there's other smaller gold and silver stocks I'd like to recommend. But if you're not ready to quit penny stocks, I really think RailF, RLAIF, at 30 cents has a chance to give you some money back, but it's risky. I can't hide the fact any stock that's 30 cents is risky. So if you've lost a lot of money, it's hard to suggest staying in those kind of stocks. I don't know what happened to NIXX today, NIXX. It looks like they stopped again, whatever they're doing. I'll try to find out. I'm not thrilled by it, so I wouldn't go chasing it. G-Bucks, I think there's a chance that that's going to go back on an upward trajectory, but I also have this sinking feeling that the whole system is much more powerful than my ability to think it through. But anyway, G-Bucks to me is a small, trade just to see. I wish I had purchased G-Bucks at 75 cents, 80 cents. And I probably would have been out at $8 or $10, even though it looked like it was going to go higher. That's the power of getting in early. But I'd say Railtown's a good try. But Finger, I wouldn't buy the calls. Not in your situation, but Finger might be something to buy, but not necessarily to trade, to hang on to for the moon. Trade it maybe a bit. Maybe sell call. We'll see what happens to it. If there's a squeeze, we won't. But maybe if Finger trades up, it gets ahead of itself. We can sell some calls. I don't know. I'll think about it, CB. I don't know. Oh, here's some ideas that Lion put up. I don't know any of them. I think I know RKLB. Yeah, I'm too tired to process it. Yeah, GME could be a nice trade. What do I think about what? GME? I said it. I mean, maybe if it's supposed to go to 30, tomorrow's the day to own it. I I'm starting to feel worn out about all of this. I know that my analysis is largely correct. I know that in a fair market system, we could make money, but everything is stacked against being in small stocks. So what that leaves you, Charlie Payne, would leave you with is being in those big seven stocks, buying some of these others. Which I don't disagree with. I mean, I think there's a move to be made in that's going to kick ass, so to speak, in the mining companies, for example. I think guys like CB and myself, I think, and the hard thing is there's not that much time to do it in, but it can happen. It can happen. It's just to get income coming in. And how do you do that? Like, I don't know. Anyway, there were chances to trade out of some of these stocks. All right, there's CB. GoLogic is a shell now. The GoLogic asset went to recruiters sort of somehow, and then that's what's in NIXX sort of somehow, and maybe it's still anyway. It's not over in GoLogic, and I let Brent know, although I haven't heard from him in a long time, and if I go to New York, I'll try to see him. But I'm willing to work with GoLogic to make sure it gets back and makes people money. Logic's gone. Logic is with this company called MedLab Essentials, and there's nothing I can do for Logic. I've made myself available for that, but it's gone. It's I don't. If MedLab is an honest trade, which in fairness to Brent, he can't know that answer either. Who knows what larceny lies in the soul of man? Only the shadow knows. You don't know. But don't give up. I will work on GoLogic. By the way, don't give up on Logic either. I'm still in it. I haven't sold any. I'm not totally giving up on Logic. I'm just telling you because I feel like I have to call it as I see it, and I have to try to be honest about it the way I see it with Logic. If I'm surprised and I find out that MedLab Essentials actually brings in other companies and they're sincere, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. So don't totally give up on those. And I'll think Finger at 680. I'm starting to really feel good about Finger. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be right, of course. But I don't want to go through it again because I did it earlier. But I think Finger has a chance. And that might be something for you to buy if you're trying to allocate money or rearrange the deck chairs. I think Finger at $1.20 has a real chance of a double or a triple from here and more. which is great. Those are great returns. And then it might give you some flexibility on what you do. So I think there's some hope there, even to get back to what you paid. Soon, maybe. I don't know. I'm too tired. I'm not thinking clearly. Well, Bitcoin, I don't want to comment totally on it, but I'm not surprised with Bitcoin. Doesn't mean it'll stay down. It'll probably rally back up at some point. Gold is 2,900. Yeah, silver's 32. DJT acquires GTII. Thank you, Saggy. Thanks for coming on to brag and gloat. You know what it says about your character to come on and gloat for people who've lost money? But I don't know if character ever going to matter to you in your life? Or are you somehow isolated from the rest of humanity? You're somehow better than the rest. I don't know. I feel badly for you. That's really it's really a shame. Go get a dog from the SPCA. I know. I've got to get that guy that said I had to see a shrink. I've got to get my life in place. Hey, Big JR. Big JR. Call it tuition. What happened to your intuition? Big JR calls me marathon man. What did you hear? What did you hear? What you heard. Did you hear that the bird is the word? Bird is the word. Yeah, I bought a little bit of NIXX. Not very much, but I did buy some NIXX. Where did it close? I mean, it shouldn't matter if I bought it or not, but I did. Oh, gosh. I can't find the price. 171. I paid more than that. I'm the death knell to these plays. Are you going to go to the Finger annual meeting, Sunil? That'd be interesting to hear what you think. That'd be interesting. Now the 10xing. So I don't see, oh, there's Big JR. Well, it's 9:12. Do you know where your children are? I think I might, I'm trying to think if there's anything to finish on. You know what I'd like to check. It sounds like there's nothing on those Epstein files. Uh-oh. Morgan Stanley warns selling panic. Hmm. That's not good. All right. My head is pounding. During Trump's cabinet meeting, he said America needs to double its electrical capacity. Yes, to both. I think that's exactly right, and it needs to get its grid going. You know, I think Trump's doing a lot of his ideas, a lot of it's maybe uh, seems a little unpredictable, but the number one thing he's doing is asking everyone to think big and to address what America needs, what the United States of America needs. And yes, definitely our electricity grid, our bridges, our iron, our roads, our rail systems, our educational system, health, the whole thing. Also, money can be made by the banksters. We don't need anyway. I'll keep it. Think huge. By the way, he doesn't say. Yeah, I guess he does say huge, but he doesn't say bigly. He says big league, not big league. All right, I'm going to sign out. And Big JR, it's good to see you. Good to see everybody. And if anyone thinks about it, just say a prayer tonight for RW. Just say a prayer for RW. Oh, he did say bigly? All right, I guess I'm wrong. I thought he was saying big league. I guess I'm wrong. It's not the first time. I'm wrong a lot. I'm wrong a lot. Bigly. All right, everybody. We'll catch you on the flip side.